And as he said, I mean, we will be watching to see what will happen with the chimney today. And we were actually talking beforehand about our other special guest that you can see on your screen. And what did you call him, TJ? What did you call him, Thaddeus?
He's our friendly seagull, and I think loves being on camera all the time. It must be a relative of previous conclaves as well, because the seagull appearing there near the chimney or on top of the roof of the Sistine Chapel is almost like a fixture of every conclave.
He seems to know more than we do. Maybe he knows, you know?
He or she
Bob
might.
seems to be shaking his head.
Who knows? We don't know, but we'll find out soon.
Yeah, hopefully today we will see, well, we will see smoke. We just have to wait and see what the ballot says with the cardinals. 133 of them are now in the Sistine Chapel, and they're deliberating, praying, and trying to see, you know, what the Holy Spirit is telling them or inspiring them. And I don't know, maybe we can start with that. What's going on right now in the Sistine Chapel, in the sense that obviously we don't know the inner workings, but I mean, there's a system, there's a process to what's going on.
Absolutely. Well, yesterday the first, the procession into the Sistine Chapel and the opening mass for the conclave as well for the election of the Roman Pontiff took place, so it was quite an incredible moment if you think about it in terms of the momentous occasion and the excitement that there is, and today we're here. They're proceeding into the Sistine Chapel in the morning and in the afternoons now, as they discern whom they believe and will be the next pope, and who would fit that who would actually fit that bill as best as possible. So, but before talking more about what's happening in the Sistine Chapel, I'd like to introduce once again Monsignor Vitillo and to welcome you for joining us here. To help comment on this historic moment, but then also even to look at personal experiences. I'm not sure if previous conclaves that you've experienced or prayerfully or even here in Rome. Tell us, first of all, just a bit about yourself.
Well, thank you, TJ and Kelsey. It's really good to be here, and I'm honored by the invitation to join you this afternoon. I've not been in Rome. I've worked for CARITAS Internationalis during the when Pope St. John Paul II died, but I was in the Gambia doing training on HIV and AIDS there. So wow. It was like getting snitches of the running back to my room to see if I could find out what was happening, and yet I think the fact that we have such a traditional approach always means that we know what's going to be happening. And I was thinking yesterday again as I watched the prayerful procession with the litany of the saints, and then the so many prayers that we made, how different that is from other kinds of elections that go on all over the world, you know, where the candidates are speaking at others, but here we were speaking to God throughout the whole time, and then also asked the saints to be our intercessors, and especially our Blessed Virgin Mary. So sometimes people say to me, do you really believe the Holy Spirit has a role in this? And yes, I do. I really do. And we were calling down that intercession yesterday.
Well, and I think it's interesting. You said you were in Gambia? No, where were you?
Yes, I was in the Gambia when Pope John Paul II died, and so when there was the election of Pope Benedict.
And so, yes. Being outside of Rome, and then yesterday,
yes.
With the start of the conclave, it's your first time in Rome.
That's right.
For
yes.
a conclave.
Yes.
It's mine as well. I think TJ is the only veteran then here being in Rome.
Yes.
Well, I'm feeling kind of old here, but yes, this is my third conclave.
I have another story, if it's okay.
Yeah.
When Pope Paul VI died, I was in my diocese directing a psychiatric treatment center for children. And so, there too, I was very busy and I didn't know what was happening. And then one of the more disturbed children came to me and said, "Father, we have a pope and he's Polish." And I said, "Oh, Billy, stop teasing me, No, come. And he pulled me down to a television set, and sure enough, we had a Polish pope.
Wow. No, it's the different perspectives, I think, that are really interesting, when you see the different areas of the world, like how you receive the news. In the States, it would have been different. You got the news straight on, but then in the Gambia, like, it was, as you said, it was hard to get like little snippets of what was going on, and then now here you have the full coverage.
Yes.
There's no doubt the surprise element is what is really part of this whole process and reality, isn't it? And Wouldn't you say that's what one of the reasons too? We have people from around the world, Christian, non-Christian, who are tuned in to just follow this whole ancient and interesting process.
Yes, and certainly that's the almost fun part of we know the tradition, we know how it's going to happen, but then having the surprise is a wonderful and a joyous moment then.
Well, and now we're joined in the studio by Dr. Elizabeth Lev, who's an art historian, I saw a didactic consultant for the Vatican Museums, and a sommelier. So a wide-ranging portfolio.
I like to think I try to wear a lot of hats, although maybe they get a little confused from time to time.
Well, thanks for having us. And we were just talking about our experiences of previous conclaves. Do you remember where you were at the last conclave?
This is my third conclave here, and in all three cases I was working with MSNBC, so I was up on the rooftops. And I have to admit, there were moments that on one hand you have this view from above, so you really have this overarching view of history, which as a historian, there's nothing more exciting than that. I mean, wow, it's happening right underneath me. But there were all those moments when I was so jealous of the people in the crowds, like when they were standing in the square. I remember my daughter talking about just the way the colonnade suddenly flooded with people after the white smoke came out. It was like watching just this incredible motion. So, yeah. Yes, I remember.
It's a very unique experience. Well,
And I can remember too, as well, 3 conclaves. It's amazing. But with the election of Pope Benedict, I was up there on the top of the colonnade. So looking at the basilica on the left side there, on top of the colonnade there, we had journalists accredited there. Videographers and cameramen and all were all up there. And also in other areas, and a couple areas in the square as well. But just the excitement of it all, seeing it from above and being there in person is what's really incredible. Because the second conclave for Pope Francis there that I experienced, I was down the street, which was different. Even though I poked my head out the window and I could see all the way up the main avenue leading up to St. Peter's Square there, Via della Conciliazione, and it was part of the experience. But being there in the square was incredible. And just being there above, even when the bells were ringing for Pope Benedict, you really have a sense of how big those bells are and the sound they carry, and also the culmination of an exciting moment. We have a pope, and so and then as well looking at the central loggia of the basilica and seeing the new pope appear. So in a sense, it's a lot of excitement, a lot of good memories, and now. I'd like to say what really strikes me about this this conclave per se are incredible high-resolution photography, drone photography, our Vatican drones, providing us with incredible images here, and the super-duper high resolution. I mean, you can even see the little bits of cement and speckle. Maybe some patches need to be fixed there on the the roof of the Sistine Chapel, but it's providing us with almost an experience. You feel like you're there, even though you may not be right there physically.
I have to say this is a little ironic, however, since most people know the Vatican for its incredible treasures of beauty and sculptures and paintings. And right now, the calling card of the Vatican is a chimney that needs a coat of paint.
Mm-hmm. And some new tiles, maybe.
Yeah, and some new tiles. The least aesthetic thing we've got is what the world is looking at.
Wow, that's a good, at least I see it as like an old and new coming together, maybe? I mean, we don't see the new, but I guess the new is the symbolic new pope being elected. But you're right, it's definitely in need of a little extra loving, a little TLC.
I was thinking more of it like a metaphor. Like between everybody gets very lost in all the glitz and glamour and look at the gold and the marble and the paint and the color. And they really forget it all began with a humble fisherman, someone who was not terribly aesthetically pleasing himself, who died in the most unaesthetically pleasing way imaginable and got thrown in a hole in the ground. The tomb of St. Peter, after being executed for a crime he didn't commit, was just a hole in the ground. And all of that beauty that everyone enjoys so much comes from that. And so here we are looking at a humble little chimney, and in a little while, or today or tomorrow, whenever it's going to be, a little smoke is going to come out, and it's an opportunity of more beauty as we have a new Holy Father. So I'll put up with it.
Indeed, yesterday, the procession going into the Sistine Chapel, and they begin in the Pauline Chapel there, and you have Michelangelo's fresco of the crucifixion of Peter. I mean, isn't that a powerful moment to live and experience for them, and reminding them of the origins of where this is, what it's all about, and the origins of the first Pope Peter, and also how he gave his life in the whole mission of proclaiming the gospel, and indeed right here in this place as well. That's where he suffered martyrdom.
Exactly, where the cardinals are driving across from Casa Santa Marta to get to the Sistine Chapel. They're driving through the site where Peter died, and in fact, it broke my heart yesterday. All of these, the beauty, as you were saying, the incredible resolution, the images. You're looking at these paintings, and you've got kind of a lot of the media just sort of talking about, like, look at that front runner, look at this front runner. I'm like, look at those paintings. No one is ever going to see them. Stop and look at Michelangelo's last frescoes. And the most amazing thing is that that Pauline Chapel was used for conclaves. It was actually, it became the home of the conclave in, I think, 4 or 5 conclaves. And when Michelangelo was painting that, he knew that it was likely that the space would be used for the conclave. And so that image he painted of St. Peter being crucified upside down, he lifts his head and he looks out so that the newly elected Pope in the Pauline walks out, and all the way out there's Peter looking at him, telling him, this is the job description. Oh, wow. A very, very powerful imagery.
Yeah.
And again, those high resolution images are just, even without my glasses, I can see so clearly the incredible power and that they communicate, and that. And then, of course, the procession going into the Sistine Chapel, and the beautiful chant, the beautiful the choir, the Sistine Chapel choir. It's just incredible how it just creates an incredibly spiritual moment, a solemn moment, but also one of beauty and one of, I'd like to think, hope as well, of course.
Well, and I think it's interesting that you were talking, Dr. Lev, about in the Pauline Chapel, where they start the procession, where they start, the beginning of the conclave, and then when they enter into the Sistine Chapel, I can't help but thinking about all of the imagery that they have to reflect on as they're doing this massive, impactful vote. No, you can't be in the Sistine Chapel and not be influenced at all by the images, by the scripture verses that it evokes. No, and so I don't know. Do you have any specific imagery or paintings or frescoes that are in the Sistine Chapel that you would think are really impacting these 133 cardinal electors?
Well, I think there are a lot of specific images that do impact, or at least I hope are impacting the cardinal electors. But I think you started by talking about the Sistine Chapel choir, which we all had that opportunity. Again, the people at home, I'm like, guys, you're talking about secret this. They actually opened the door and they let you see, look and listen. So we have this choir which sings incredibly beautiful music, summoning the saints, calling down the Holy Spirit. We have this very solemn organization towards the Gospels, which are open on the altar for the vow, and then we have paintings all around us. And I think the first and foremost thing is, after all the noise and the cameras and the opinions and the dinner parties and the salons and the stuff that's been sort of coming in at them, what a perfect place for prayer. And then as they collect themselves, and I think now on the second day, sort of beginning to get accustomed to the space and accustomed to the routine, the painting that will probably come to the fore is the Last Judgment. It's the work that they must stand in front of, and each must stand alone, as we're all going to have to do it too, so it's not just them. But each must stand alone as he takes that vote, and he's holding it, and he puts it into the urn before the image of Christ the Judge, and at the same time the image of Mary right next to him. And so this reminder that he is accountable. Each one of these men is accountable, but also each one of these men is going to be key in helping us access Christ's mercy, and so he must take care of her church. It's the church.
Yeah. And I don't know, Father Bob, maybe, do you have you visited the Sistine Chapel, I'm sure,
Yes.
many times. Is there an image that also resonates with you? Maybe not being one of the cardinal electors, but just when you're visiting the Sistine Chapel.
Well, I think the fact that there's also humanity out in this as well. So you have the divine and the human. And the fact is that the church lives within humanity, but it's helping us to be a mediator to relate to God in a different way. And also the comprehensive aspect of the figures, and again, it's truly a universal church. But I'd like to go back to that poor roof again, because I think that too, I'm sure that Francis is looking down on that, because he's always reminded us that we need to be a poor church for the most poor people. And so this is very fitting that we'll be looking at this afternoon as well.
Yeah, the simplicity of it does strike you. And by the way, our camera work there, we're fixated, so to speak, on that chimney, because we could have smoke billowing there very soon, or maybe not. We shall see. Depends on how the voting goes, okay? So obviously at the end of today, maybe around 7-ish or 8 p.m., we'll see. Rome time, that is. If there's, there'll definitely be smoke, and it could be black or white. But if there's a vote in favor of a new pope in this first voting session of the two, if there's a pope elected, we'll have white smoke coming out. But anyway, we're just going to wait and see. And the camera is there. But we can tell you there are lots of people filling that square right now. As the hours, or as the time goes on, more people, Romans especially, come into the square to be part of this great anticipation and this excitement that is what we call this smoke watch. Indeed.
Well, and it's something that Thaddeus, we were talking about before, and focusing on the chimney. The smoke signals are definitely something that have been a tradition for many years to signal the election or waiting for the new pope. But it's something that is still like a continuity in our faith, and in the faith, in the conclave. I don't know exactly where that started. I don't know if Father Bob or Dr. Lev, you know where the symbology or the nature of using the smoke came from.
The gradual, obviously the smokestack is proper to the Sistine Chapel chimney, which was used for the very first time in 1492 for the conclave. But one of the interesting things to be thinking about, especially since we talk so much about this unprecedented conclave with the extraordinary number of electors and the extraordinary number of people, is that the process of the conclave has been evolving over the course of 1,000 years. I mean, the election of the Pope, almost 2,000, but the process of this conclave has been evolving over. So the idea was to find a way to minimize the contact that the cardinals have with the outside world. And so eventually in the construction of this building, which was constructed specifically, already it was constructed to have one entrance and one exit to be closed with a key, conclave. So these considerations, the smokestack was actually added later. You'll see there's no chimney in the there's no a stove within the chapel. It had to be brought in. But as the process refined itself over the years, and they thought of better ways of communicating, especially because there were a lot of bookies making bets, so they wanted to make sure everybody found out at the same time so that they couldn't hedge bets, they developed the system of the chimney.
So betting is also an ancient tradition that we have.
Oh, I believe it was an excommunicable offense until something like 1918.
Yeah. Pretty recent.
Also, the technology has come in now, because before they would throw in a bit of wet straw if it was black smoke, but that didn't always work, and so you'd have white smoke coming up at times. And so now they are using some chemicals that we'll see. There still might be a mistake, but they seem more certain now that we'll see black.
That did actually happen in 2005. Do you remember? Remember the first ballot? It was gray.
That's right.
And
there
I
was
was
confusion.
next to the Telemundo tent, and they were screaming, "Papa, papa, 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 papa," and everybody was like, "Hmm," and it was utter confusion. So I'm telling you, it's a work in progress. They've just figured out the chemicals.
There we go.
And no matter what anyone says, I want smoke signals. It's so cool. If you think about it, really, in terms of a way to communicate to the world with an ancient method, if we have a pope or not, a way to share that news. I mean, of course, it gets tweeted, it gets sent out live around the world, but I think just looking at a chimney, even in 2025, is an exciting way to live this whole process and to experience it.
Well, and so looking at this, and if smoke signals are outdated or still part of our everyday life, even in 2025, we actually dug into our Vatican archives and found an interview by our former colleague Tracy McClure speaking to Father Thomas Rees about these aspects, the smoke signals and the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and maybe a not too famous saying, the Vatican saying, "You go into a conclave a pope and you come out a cardinal." So let's hear some of that interview.
In this digital age and age of electronic voting, it can seem a bit antiquated to have gray or white smoke coming out of a smokestack. Do you think that we'll see a change in these procedures in future conclaves?
Well, I love the white smoke. I think that's a great tradition. You know, it's not that old, actually. It's only about 100 years old, this tradition of the white and black smoke. I just wish they would test the equipment before the conclave starts, because too often it comes out as gray smoke, and we're all scratching our heads. Is it white? Is it black? Is it gray? What's it mean? Now, they have a backup plan, which they instituted at the last conclave, which is not only do we go by the smoke, but the biggest bell in St. Peter's will also be rung when the election takes place. So if the smoke's gray, we can at least wait for the bell. I think I like that tradition. Actually, they modernized the meeting of the general congregation. Each of the cardinals now has a little clicker so that they can vote electronically during the meetings of the general congregation. That's a little quicker. The voting in the actual conclave is practically choreographed. I mean, they write the name. Each cardinal writes the name of his choice on a small piece of paper, folds it, and then they march up one at a time to place their ballots into the container. And they hold it up in the air so everybody can see there's only one ballot. And before they drop it into the container, they swear that they're voting for the person that they think is most qualified to be pope. So the voting procedure takes a while because of this kind of procedure. But that's the way they do it, and they'll probably continue doing it that way.
Of course, the Catholic Church believes that it's the Holy Spirit which guides the voting process among the cardinals. Does that mean that the future pope has been handpicked by God?
Well, I think Cardinal Ratzinger answered that question extraordinarily well. Certainly the Holy Spirit is trying to influence the election, and through prayer, through discernment, the cardinals are trying to hear the voice of the Holy Spirit and inspiring them to pick whoever is best. But as Cardinal Ratzinger pointed out, if you look at the kinds of people that have been elected pope in the past, you certainly cannot blame the Holy Spirit for the election of the Borgias or some of the bad popes that we've had. So, Jesus Christ founded the church, but he left it to human beings to run. And among those human beings who have been involved in the running of the church, there have been saints, there have been sinners, there have been very smart people and very dumb people. So it's a it's a divine institution run by human beings, and our call, the call of the cardinals is the same as for all Christians, to be open to the Spirit. What is the Spirit? What is God calling us to do today, and how to be? That's why all of the church should be praying for the cardinals as they meet, that they might truly be open to the Spirit in choosing our next pope.
There's a saying here in the Vatican that you go into the conclave a pope, you come out a cardinal. Does that mean that there might be a number of cardinals who are going to be disappointed?
Well, of course, there will be cardinals who are disappointed. But, that saying, you go in the pope, you come out a cardinal, isn't always true. I mean, clearly, Pius XII, everybody knew he was going to be elected. Pacelli was the lead candidate. Everybody knew he was going to be elected pope, and he was. The same thing, I think, was true with Paul VI. He was the leading candidate. All the smart money was on him, and he was elected. At the last conclave, before the Pope died, nobody was really talking about Cardinal Ratzinger. But shortly after the Pope died, Pope John Paul II died, the Ratzinger people kept talking about him as the Pope, as the leading candidate. And by the time he went into the conclave, he was clearly the leading candidate, and all the smart money was on him. So sometimes we're surprised, but it tends to be when the leading candidates can't get the 2/3. Or, for example, at the time of the election of Pope John Paul II, here was a classic case where two candidates just blocked each other. Two Italian candidates, Siri and Benelli, backed by two different factions. The Italians were split. The Italians can have a tremendous impact on the election if they're united. But if they're split, then, as they were at the conclave that elected John Paul, well, then people start looking outside of Italy for a candidate, and they found Cardinal Wojtyla. And so that's when we get surprised. It's when the leading candidates are kind of kill each other off and are incapable of getting the 2/3 vote.
There we are. We're hearing some archive reports we have on how things work in the past and looking at a bit of the history of conclaves and all. We're back with you, of course, here live in St. Peter's Square, and we're looking at that chimney. Nothing yet right now, but we're going to go into the square to talk to our own Joseph Tulloch there, who's going to tell us a bit about the atmosphere with those in the square. Okay, we're probably going to go to him shortly. All right, we're not going to go to him right away. There are a lot of people in the square there, and one of the challenges is connecting with people in the square live because of all the people crowded there and the cell saturation that there can be of talking with people and talking to them live in the square. Okay, but he's our colleague Joseph there. He has sent us some comments of people there in the square, and we're going to hear some of what they have to say. He's collected some of that for us. All right, let's go to it.
We're here in St. Peter's Square waiting for the next smoke that's going to emerge. Tell me a bit about what it's been like waiting here, what the atmosphere is like.
There's definitely, you can tell there's a need in the Catholic Church. There's like an empty spot there for the Catholic Church in these weeks since Pope Francis passed away. And the emotion is building as we wait for the new Pope. And I remember this sensation as well from the last time I was here in 2013 when I was down here in the plaza also waiting for the next Pope.
Amazing that you've been here both these times. What are the main differences that you see, or is it really quite a similar feeling?
It's a similar feeling. I think the coverage has been different because of social media and everything. There's been a lot more attention and coverage given to the Vatican, given to the Catholic Church in these days. It's also a great opportunity to evangelize, teach others about what the Church is and about what the conclave looks for, that it's not another political campaign, that doesn't work like the election of a prime minister or a president, but that there's our Lord is part of that election, right? And I think that's really important.
And it's interesting you say that, because it's something I've noticed as well. Loads of interest, people on social media, people who maybe have never been to a church their whole lives, who are following with loads of attention what's going on. Something about the images maybe captures them, but also maybe something a bit more than that.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a spiritual aspect that we can help people to understand just how involved our Lord is. And when the cardinals are all saying, we'll leave it up to the Holy Spirit. We'll see what the Holy Spirit says. And there is a real aspect, there's a spiritual aspect to the conclave. And, you just here is when you feel, what the successor of St. Peter is really about and what he means for the church and just that spiritual fatherhood of the whole world, right? Especially of the Christian Catholic world.
You said earlier that there's kind of a feeling almost that there's something missing now that we don't have the Pope. I know you've been based in Rome for a few years. I assume you met the Pope on some occasions, or at least got to shake his hand. I don't know if you have a quick reflection on Pope Francis and his legacy.
Yeah, Pope Francis, his humanity was really touched us. I remember standing here in the Plaza on a Wednesday audience with my grandmother, who was 86 years old. She's Christian Protestant. And the Pope came down to say hello to everyone who was in a wheelchair, and he said hello to my grandmother. And I remember my grandmother was just really touched by that and that experience, and how Pope Francis really was a pope of everyone, right? And you could see in the past couple of weeks, in the past week or so, the Champions League, the football matches, how they've been doing like a minute of silence for the Pope, wearing the black bands out of mourning for the Pope, and the respect for Pope Francis around the world in places that are not, specifically Catholic at all, right? How Pope Francis was a Pope for everyone.
That's Father Matthew Bender there, Legionary of Christ, sharing his experience of these very intense days, past 10 days, almost 2 weeks now, here in Rome, and talking to our own Joseph Tulloch, who is also, we got him on the line now, so we're going to talk to Joe here live. And just, Joe, give us an idea of the atmosphere there in the square right now.
Yeah, hi, good evening, DJ. So I'm in the square. It's filling up. I think it's busier already than this morning, because, of course, one of the things you can forget is that while everyone in Rome is following the conclave, lots of people are working. And so in the morning, not everybody can come. The square is already really full. Loads of flags. I can see French flags, a flag from the UK, what looks like a Maltese flag. So people really from all over in the square and just gathered here waiting to see the smoke.
Well, I'm feeling really lucky because I'm working and I can also look at the chimney and follow the conclave. But Joe, tell me, are more and more people kind of streaming in there now as we're getting close to a possible smoke coming there?
Yeah, there are always more and more people coming, and I think that's just going to continue, to be honest, until we see the smoke. As more people get off work, as more people are able to come here. And then, of course, what will happen if there is white smoke is that everybody will start coming. You'll see people running in the streets. There's a big sense of anticipation, I'd say. There was kind of an understanding that the first evening it was very unlikely that we'd see white smoke. And even this morning, a bit more chance, but still, probably most people were expecting to see black smoke. Whereas now, this evening, it feels like this is the first time there's a real possibility that we might be seeing white smoke and we might have a new pope. Of course, nobody knows, but I'd say there's definitely a feeling of expectation in the square today. Do
you have a good view of the chimney there? I know that the sun starts to go down at this time there behind the basilica, and it's just a little to the left of the chimney there as it starts going down.
So we're okay for now. The sun is actually still quite high, to the point that I'm having to squint to see the chimney, but it's not quite blocking the chimney yet. So I think there's more risk of sunburn at the moment than of not seeing the chimney, but of course that'll change as the sun starts to go down and move kind of to be more over the chimney.
Well, I hope you have some sunglasses there too, because that sun is really strong. It's been strong these days, actually, as we go into the summer here. All right, Joe, anything else you'd like to add before we go back to you a little later?
Yeah, I mean, just to say, I've been talking to lots of people. You heard one of the conversations I had there with Father Matthew Bender, and one of the things that struck me about what he said was this idea that kind of feeling a sense of loss almost, or that there's something missing, right? This period of sede vacante when we don't have a pope. And that's something that's come up in a few conversations I've had with people, this idea that there's a void that somehow needs to be filled, and that partly explains maybe why so many people are here and waiting to see if we'll have a new pope.
Joe, we just have reports from the local authorities there. There are around 15,000 gathered there in the square as of now, as those numbers increase. And so it's we're going to be coming back to you very soon here just for an update on things. So thanks, Joe. And
great to speak to you, TJ.
Call us anytime, too, if you have any updates.
Sure. Bye-bye.
And as we continue our coverage here, I'd like to introduce a new guest we have here in studio with us. He's Dr. Timothy O'Donnell from the United States, and he's a visiting professor at the Angelicum University, the Pontifical Angelicum University here in Rome, and he also served 32 years as president of Christendom College in the United States. Dr. O'Donnell, thank you for joining us.
TJ, it's great to be with you all. Thank you.
How's this experience for you, being here not only as a visiting professor, but also for, as I've mentioned, these very powerful days, and now just over almost 10 days now we've been living through
It is
this.
very powerful. Even now looking at this chimney, I feel almost the way like a little kid would feel waiting for Santa Claus to come down. I mean, there's that sense of joyful expectation that something would happen because I've been here for 4 papal funerals now, and that sense of the sede vacante of not having a father is really... It really hits you hard. I remember we first came over here as students back in 1978. We arrived 2 days before the funeral of John Paul I. And I remember it had rained 3 horrible days, just torrential rain. And even during the funeral, it was still raining. I remember wood splatting on the coffin and that sense of desolation and that mournful bell at St. Peter's with that dung, dung. You just feel like, oh my gosh. But of course, that came with a burst of sunshine when John Paul was elected. But still, I think there is a real sense of loss, and that lingers at the very beginning. But I think as you begin to move forward, that begins to move away, and hope begins to spring up, and sort of longing that this is not an end. The church renews itself, and so this is going to be a great opportunity to see people once again. But being in Rome is always a great experience, but when you're dealing with these type of historic events, it makes it extra special.
In fact, that's even my own experience as well. I mean, the sense of loss there is when we lost Pope Francis, when, as well, Pope Benedict or St. John Paul II, when we lost them, there's a certain emptiness you really, really felt, of course. Oh, yeah. But that's why I always feel like these 9 days of mourning, the traditional 9 days of mourning, are a powerful way to deal with that aspect of loss and to mourn the loss. But then now we're in the conclave, and there's this sense, that's why I say it's a sense of hope, because of renewal. There's going to be a new Peter to lead the church and to accompany us on this journey, and to keep all of us kind of as a united, keep all the sheep sort of united with a new shepherd. So there was a definite sense of desolation. I remember when John Paul was elected, we made a promise, my wife and I, that wherever we were, we'd come back for the funeral when he died. We didn't know it was going to be 27 years later, but we did come back to that. And I remember it was just so sad because the power and the presence of John Paul is like, how could that ever be replaced? So we're standing there for the funeral, and you're trying to get a perspective on what this pontificate meant. And I remember there were media people going through the square, and there was a gentleman behind us who was from Poland. And the guy was going around asking different people, where are you from? Why are you here? And this Polish gentleman behind me just started to weep. And he said, I'm from Gdansk. He said, I would have crawled down to Rome on my hands and my knees. This man gave us our freedom. He gave us our dignity back again. And that's when I began to think, how can we possibly replace this Pope? So it was consoling to think how great, but it even added to that. But then, of course, God has his way. And then when Pope Benedict XVI comes out, you say, oh, thank you, Jesus. In other words, it goes on. And it sort of encapsulates the whole rhythm of life. And I think that's why people are really looking to Rome right now, because everything's sort of a soundbite. We're suffering from sort of like what I think Benedict called a cultural amnesia. We don't remember who we are, we're confused about our identity, and oftentimes we're looking at things and we don't know who we are. But what's happening right now, you see something that is permanent, something that has not changed. Even the antiquity of smoke coming up from a little chimney signifying a transition. People are hungry to know who they are and to understand the meaning of the past. And a lot of times we neglect history nowadays. I think it's something like 75% of college graduates in the United States graduate from college without ever taking a history course. That's devastating. So when you actually see this type of living history, I think people are naturally attracted to that. And that's why I think it is a great time for catechesis to talk about the longevity of the church, the beauty of the church, and the beauty and the richness of these traditions. And Dr. Lev, what would you say in terms of if you had your own students right now and trying to help, especially students maybe who aren't as familiar with the Catholic Church or these how these processes work? How would you contextualize what's happening here to them?
Well, I agree with you, Tim. It's such an incredible moment to show the students living history. I mean, one of the things about the Catholic Church that I think maybe we take for granted, but is baffling to the rest of the world and incomprehensible at times to students, is that the man that we are waiting for will be the 267th Pope in a direct line. Where do you find stability? Where do you find a groundedness, a rootedness that continues over the course of centuries through political situations, geopolitical transformations, natural disasters, you name it, and yet we are still here waiting for that next successor. And that, since I'm an art historian, for what that builds into is when you look at a building like St. Peter's that starts with the hole of the ground where they buried St. Peter, you are looking at something that shows a series of monuments, one placed on top of the other in a direct line, all the way up to the top of Michelangelo's dome. And so the beauty stems from that continuity. It's this incredible story, this incredible lineage of the popes. It forms almost like the invisible scaffolding around which all of this beauty can be arranged.
I think there's a theological message in all of this too, because all of the everything that we know and we believe in starts with Jesus, and he suffered and he died and he rose again from the dead, and that's the basic message of our church, and we've stayed faithful to that message. There may be debates about certain pieces, but that's the center of our church. And I was thinking a great deal about how prophetic it was that Pope Francis chose hope, Pilgrims of Hope, as the theme of this Jubilee. And shortly before he went to the hospital on February 11th, he released the World Day of the Message for the Sick, the Day of the Sick. And the themes he touched in that are the very things that Doctor was talking about, and you're talking about, Doctor, as well, that suffering is part of our humanity. Christ overcame sin and death for us, but also that through suffering, so many times we find much more meaning and we find true love, the kind of love that Jesus has for us, we can give to each other as well. And I think those were themes that he must have been thinking about, because he already was not well when he released that message.
Well, that final moment, we were there on Easter Sunday, when after he spoke with great difficulty, but then they put up on the monitor, he's coming down, and the excitement of everybody, he's actually going to come down. Couldn't believe it. And I had a son and daughter here with their little baby, and the thought, it's going to be blessed by the Pope. But then he goes around and just not only just in the square, but then he goes out again to the peripheries, reaching out to everybody, and still in that condition. You can see he was in pain, he was suffering, and he's still taking babies in his arms and things. So what a powerful message and a beautiful message. And I think in some way that encapsulated the beauty of that pontificate, the sense of suffering and trying to give of himself, reaching out to the peripheries and the margins so that everyone could have a bit of him. And it's almost like, I can't really be Pope if I can't be there for that Urbi et Orbi and be present with the people in the square. So even there, just pouring himself out in libation in a very beautiful way, very symbolic way, I thought.
He gave us a bit of him, but he also always focused it on Christ.
Oh, absolutely.
So he brought us back to Christ, and that was the end of this message for the World Day.
Suffer the little children to come to me, and they were still coming to him, which was a beautiful thing to see.
I would imagine, too, in this day and age, too, where unfortunately marked by so much polarization and so much vitriol, whether it's in social media, whether in the dialogues we have today, they are so divisive, unfortunately, and receive the most attention. Not the times when things are working and all, but would you say that this, what we're seeing here and what we were talking about just now, the world or many people would look to in some ways, because here we're talking about a message of hope, fundamentally, not of belief, but of hope, but also of being good to one another, of fraternity, as Pope Francis spoke about all the time. Do you think that this is drawing more attention because of our fractured world today?
I would say definitely that's the case. I mean, the Second Vatican Council said very clearly, when the Creator vanishes, when the Creator, we lose sight of the Creator, the creature vanishes. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, we're all brothers and sisters if God is recognized as our Father. But in so many instances, we're sort of pushing God out of the picture. There's sort of practical atheism that's dominating culture right now. And it shouldn't surprise us then. There's acts of violence. You have the terrible reality of abortion that we're seeing in our world, and all of these things are stemming from the fact that we no longer recognize that we are the product of a loving Creator who has endowed us with intellect, will. We're made in His image and likeness. And that has to be the foundation ultimately for any type of long-lasting peace, etc. And I think the Church, all of us who are Christians, have a serious obligation to try to communicate the dignity of the human person. And you realize the impact that Christianity has had down through the centuries. I mean, everyone loves the Colosseum, but you think what was going on in the Colosseum, talk about there has to be a certain horror when a Christian looks at that. The affront of human dignity would be entertained not only by martyrs, but by men killing and mutilating one another. But Christianity, through Telemachus and others, finally put a stop to that. And the hospitals, the orphanages, all these great things where we show care and concern for those who are suffering, those who are less fortunate, these are all the fruit of a Catholic civilization and a Catholic way of looking at things. And to the extent that that has weakened or we've lost that sense, I think we're seeing many of these problems begin to emerge once again in spades.
I think we have an incredible opportunity. I've been thinking about this over the past few days, actually, over the past 10 days. You know, there's so much coverage about division, about politicking, about factions. I mean, the way that this conclave has been presented to the world, it seems like another streaming series. And I think many of the people who are wandering their way into the square are sort of feeling like they get to stand on the outskirts of a Hollywood movie or some sort of tawdry TV show. I think we really have an incredible opportunity to practice what we preach, in that when that new Holy Father comes out, this is the moment that we show unity, that this is really who we are. The Sistine Chapel actually is designed to really convey that message by pairing these two paintings on either side of the cardinal electors, where you have, Perugino's delivery of the keys and Botticelli's punishment of Cora. You have the punishment of Cora, where there's this conflict and fighting when Moses wants to pass his authority on to his brother, and the Cora family objects. And then you have Perugino, Matthew 16, "You are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church," with the apostles standing around very nicely. So from within the conclave, the first message is to the cardinals themselves: if you accept this, we will have peace, we'll have regeneration. If you fight, we'll have chaos, and that chaos will spread outside. But now, post-Vatican II and our great hour of the laity, it's also our job as the laity to join around the Pope. Politicking is over, factions over. We have a new Holy Father, and will we follow him together and show the world how it's done?
I have to agree. I think even what we were talking about before, and even what Father Bender, I think in the square, was talking about with Joe, that social media does play a role in that, because a lot of people, younger generations, that's where we get a lot of our news, that's where we get a lot of our information, politics, whatever. Even people are following the smoke watch through social media. And you're right that I've seen a lot of reels, images where it can be very divisive. It's maybe even lost the sense of it's a prayerful event. It's an event for unity. It's supposed to be something that should bring us all together. I was in the square earlier today, and hearing the different languages and the universality of the church in that, seeing so many people, whether they were Catholic or not, coming here because someone told me when the Pope speaks, people listen, whether you're Catholic or not. He has a very big impact. And I think you're right that we as lay people, and Father, we have a role to use this as an opportunity to grow in unity and peace.
I could give you a very practical example of what you just said. When the Pope speaks, people listen. I worked as an attaché to the permanent mission of the Holy See in Geneva for 19 years. And I have to say, most of the time when they were making the governments made their different speeches, there'd be a buzz in the background, everybody was talking. But when we raised that Holy See flag, they stopped talking. They wanted to know what the Holy See was saying. And I think that wasn't because we were saying it, but it was because that was the Pope speaking.
Well, he brings something to the political and the social order that they can't find within themselves. Unfortunately, there's been an impoverishment of our political discourse. And so the Pope can bring a message that is truly transcendent and goes beyond the different confines within these ideologies that oftentimes are tearing each other apart. And I think we're at a point right now where people are really tired of those ideologies. We think about, Russia and Ukraine and the horrible things going on there, what's going on in Gaza, but to have a voice that is able to communicate a higher purpose and say we need to rise and appeal to the better angels of ourselves. I mean, this is an important thing, and we really need. So whoever gets elected, I think there will be an outpouring of goodwill. There generally is, and I think it'll be a great chance to build unity in all of us because, as Catherine of Siena said, he's our sweet Christ on earth. That's the way we should approach this and rally around him. It could be a great opportunity for we as a church to do what we're supposed to do in bringing the message of the gospel and the salvation and the peace and the joy that is really part of that to a troubled world.
Monsignor Vitillo, any experiences you want to share? I mean, you've worked in many international forums at the UN and all, and on behalf of the Holy See there in Geneva as well, in terms of the how the papacy and how the words of the Pope are received and taken seriously, whether by believers or non-believers or people of other cultures.
Well, my own experience was that many of the UN officials were very, very interested in what the Holy See saw in things. And so many times there'd be private consultations with the papal nuncio and discussions that were not made public, but that really brought to real substance. Some of the discussions that had been going on about nuclear warfare and trying to get a ban on nuclear warfare started out by discussions between some of the world leaders, the UN people, and the papal nuncio at that time, and who's now Cardinal Silvano Tomasi, whom I was working with. So I think that's a good way of working. And a lot of times people are saying, well, why isn't the Holy See making a statement against this or that or condemning so-and-so? That's not the style of the Holy Father. And so we need to keep that style. And Cardinal Ray, I think, described perfectly in his homily, both for the funeral homily, but then especially the other day for the election of the Pope, the character of what we're looking for in a Pope. All popes, not just this next one. But so much he pointed about how this is not only for internal, this is for the whole world, and we need a person that can bring about peace in the whole world.
Amen.
I would even say this is a good opportunity then to really talk about how diverse the College of Cardinals and, I mean, the cardinal electors that are in the Sistine Chapel right now as we're waiting for the smoke. I mean, I saw the numbers that I think there's at least 15 countries that have cardinals participating in a conclave for the first time ever, which is such a beautiful thing. I mean, as we're saying, talking about unity and peace and reaching out to people, I mean, that's a legacy or an example of the universality of the church. And I don't know if you guys want to touch on that, but that's just something super unique about this conclave.
Well, it is the largest in history, and it's great. He always talked about going out to peripheries, and even in terms of selections of cardinals, that's what he did. And so I think there'll be definitely a certain richness that we have in this particular conclave, that there are so many cardinals from so many different diverse parts of the world, some which may have not have been represented within the College of Cardinals before. So that'll be part of, I think, Pope Francis's legacy. And so that's one of the reasons why I think predictions are ridiculous at this time. They generally are. I remember when John Paul got elected, we had a sheet of newspaper with 30 of the top candidates, and there was no Karol Wojtyła in that list. And so if it was true then, it's even more true now.
That's the scorecard is the scorecard mentality, but it's an old one. It's been around in Rome forever. I think this there are a couple of things, both when you were describing earlier the last days of Pope Francis, that really paralleled the last days of Pope John Paul II, where you really did see the Pope pouring himself out. This idea of the Pope as libation and this extraordinary. I mean, Pope Francis, the whole pontificate was really he would go to audience and then get in the ambulance, go to the hospital. I mean, he was quite a man. But that those last days where everybody could see the Pope giving himself completely to his people, to his flock. In first of all, in a world where we're getting very confused about age and the value of people as they are older, I think that's a beautiful parallelism. The visibility of suffering, that instead of hiding them away, became something for people to really feel and experience. And I think also there's a continuity in this growth of the College of the Cardinals. I mean, we have been watching the representation of the College of the Cardinals, the growth of the Universal Church throughout the 20th century get larger and larger and larger. Now we've hit this really exciting new point where we have we've hit 15 new countries represented. We have voices coming from all over. But again, the plan was always that. And it really shouldn't be surprising. Forgive me if I bring everything back to art, but it's the only thing I know. But it shouldn't be surprising because, I stand in that Sistine Chapel shoulder to shoulder with people from all over the world. And they stand in that space where you have the invisible beginnings up on the ceiling. You have the invisible endings in front of you. It's always been meant to be that. Even in the painting of the Sibyls, you have Africa, Asia, Europe. The church has always been reaching out. And thanks to the new technology, thanks to transport, thanks to geopolitical transformations, this church is more effectively able to leaven in the furthest peripheries of the world.
In fact, it really struck me seeing the cardinals one by one taking their oath there in the Sistine Chapel, and just the diversity of their backgrounds and cultures that just was really striking. And what struck me too, just watching them one by one, in some ways they look like ordinary people in beautiful vestments and all, but one of them will be wearing white, most likely following this vote. And it's amazing how they can kind of take on, or the office takes a hold of them in a sense, or that they become, I don't want to say new people, but there's almost the ministry and the role they've accepted and are taking on becomes part of who they are, and it's almost like they take on a new and living personality, isn't it?
Historically, that's true. There have been a number of elections where they picked men that they thought would be transitional for a short time, and then they get in there. Of course, the whole church is praying for them at every Mass, so you have tons of prayer coming in, but they are energized by that. And some of the most dynamic popes that we had, they thought were going to be very short. I mean, Pius V was supposed to be a very short reign. Even someone like John the 23rd, who shocked everyone, I'm going to call the ecumenical council, and all of a sudden announce that on St. Paul, and everyone's, what? What are you doing? You're supposed to be transitional. But here he goes, and he just goes through it. Now, he didn't see it to the end, but Paul VI came on. But no, this is common. But even like back in Acts of the Apostles, when Peter was in prison, the whole church was praying for Peter. And we continue to do that. And I think there were a lot of graces flow into the person of the Holy Father. I mean, what an incredible office, what a burden to bear. You think that every morning you wake up and you're responsible for the Catholic Church throughout the entire world, all the dioceses, all the different things that are going on. That's why it's really crucial, whoever gets elected, we immediately need to be praying fervently for him, for his strength, for his insight, for his courage, and that he will have a successful pontificate in the full spiritual sense of what we mean by success.
I really do think, though, he does leave himself behind. I mean, it's exactly what you said. He will not be the same man who goes into the room of tears when he comes out. He will have a new name. Everything gets left behind in that little room. His habits, his friends, his usual bedtime. It all goes away as the new man with a new name comes out. And he comes out. What do we see him wearing? We see him in that white cassock. I mean, he is literally, it's like the baptismal new returned, and then that red stole. That it's just this heavy red stole. I always see people looking at it like, oh, well, if you sold that thing, you could probably blah 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 blah. But I mean, look at it. It's not an accident. They got plenty of light polyester stoles. You've got this brocade blood red. This is the burden. This is what he has to carry. So we see him walk out there, not Pizza Ball or Tagle or whatever the name of people that are throwing. He's not that person anymore. He's someone new. And in that transformation, I think that's also, while terrifying for him, it's also liberating. because he can. It just allows him to be the servant of God.
Let's remember that that Jesus prepared Peter for that, and also all the apostles, the bishops, by teaching them service at that Last Supper and showing them service by washing their feet. And here you had this this kind of rough and tumble Peter who said, no, you're not going to wash my feet. Oh no, well then if you say you have to do it then why don't you wash my head too? And yet he was showing them what it was to be of service. And I think that we have to connect with the papal vocation. It is of service, and it's service to everyone in the world, and that all the more that Pope needs our prayers to be strong in all of that.
Yeah, Gregory the Great was the first one to use it. Servus servorum Dei, the servant of the servants of God.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful expression.
And the challenge for any pope, because no pope can be everything to everyone. Everyone has expectations, and some say, well, I like this about this pope and this about that pope, but no pope can be everything to everyone. They've got to have their own personality, which is transformed, as we say, not only the personality, but their being is transformed by taking on the office. But at the same time, we have to look forward to what their own strengths are, and then also be conscious of the incredibly complex, delicate role of being Pope and holding this church together, which is so diverse and so global.
Well, and I think actually, Dr. Liz, you brought up a couple times, right, that art, it all comes back to art, and I think it's really true, because even just you guys talking about the moment when the newly elected Pope goes to the Room of Tears and then eventually comes out to that loggia, the balcony, right, and in St. Peter's Basilica, and right under that, if I'm not wrong, there's a relief that shows Jesus giving the keys to Peter, which then symbolizes, the entire thing. He starts his pontificate with that right under him, remembering that is his call.
And those keys are pretty big.
Yeah,
they're pretty heavy. Yeah.
And those keys were to forgive sins.
Exactly.
And also there was also a mosaic underneath, which is Jesus saying to Peter, "Feed my sheep and lambs." And that reminds me of, again, new technology, which gives us views of things that we didn't have before. When Pope Francis came out on the balcony, there was a shot that came from behind his head. So we saw what he saw. And you looked out into this sea of faces of people just looking up. And despite the fact that we joke about all the screens there, I remember that day, just all of those people with this expression of, who are you the one? Can you help me? Just this, feed me, literally. And so I think that's, yes, I think it's a very important part of the art, telling the story of or underscoring the role of the Pope.
One of the beautiful things about Pope Francis that night also was, I remember he reached out to everyone and said, "Would you please pray for me?" And then there was a really about maybe 15, 20 seconds of silence, and everyone in the square, everyone. Well, it is the largest in history, and it's great. He always talked about going out to peripheries, and even in terms of selections of cardinals, that's what he did. And so I think there'll be definitely a certain richness that we have in this particular conclave, that there are so many cardinals from so many different diverse parts of the world, some which may not have been represented within the College of Cardinals before. So that'll be part of, I think, Pope Francis's legacy. And so that's one of the reasons why I think predictions are ridiculous at this time. They generally are. I remember when John Paul got elected, we had a sheet of newspaper with 30 of the top candidates, and there was no Karl Wojtyła in that list. And so if it was true then, it's even more true now.
Yes, the scorecard is the scorecard mentality, but it's an old one. It's been around in Rome forever. I think this there are a couple of things, both when you were describing earlier the last days of Pope Francis, that really paralleled the last days of Pope John Paul II, where you really did see the Pope pouring himself out. This idea of the Pope as libation and this extraordinary. Pope Francis, the whole pontificate was really he would go to audience and then get in the ambulance and go to the hospital. He was quite a man. But that those last days where everybody could see the Pope giving himself completely to his people, to his flock. In first of all, in a world where we're getting very confused about age and the value of people as they are older, I think that's a beautiful parallelism. The visibility of suffering, that instead of hiding them away, became something for people to really feel and experience. And I think also there's a continuity in this growth of the College of the Cardinals. I mean, we have been watching the representation of the College of the Cardinals, the growth of the Universal Church throughout the 20th century get larger and larger and larger. Now we've hit this really exciting new point where we have we've hit 15 new countries represented. We have voices coming from all over. But again, the plan was always that. And it really shouldn't be surprising. Forgive me if I bring everything back to art, but it's the only thing I know. But it shouldn't be surprising because, I stand in that Sistine Chapel shoulder to shoulder with people from all over the world. And they stand in that space where you have the invisible beginnings up on the ceiling. You have the invisible endings in front of you. It's always been meant to be that. Even in the painting of the Sibyls, you have Africa, Asia, Europe. The church has always been reaching out. And thanks to the new technology, thanks to transport, thanks to geopolitical transformations, this church is more effectively able to leaven in the furthest peripheries of the world.
In fact, it really struck me seeing the cardinals one by one taking their oath there in the Sistine Chapel, and just the diversity of their backgrounds and cultures that just was really striking. And what struck me too, just watching them one by one, in some ways they look like ordinary people in beautiful vestments and all, but one of them will be wearing white, most likely following this vote. And it's amazing how they can kind of take on, or the office takes a hold of them in a sense, or that they become, I don't want to say new people, but there's almost the ministry and the role they've accepted and are taking on becomes part of who they are, and it's almost like they take on a new and living personality, isn't it?
Historically, that's true. There have been a number of elections where they picked men that they thought would be transitional for a short time, and then they get in there. Of course, the whole church is praying for them at every Mass, so you have tons of prayer coming in. But they are energized by that, and some of the most dynamic popes that we had, they thought were going to be very short. I mean, Pius V was supposed to be a very short reign. Even someone like John the 23rd, who shocked everyone, I'm going to call an ecumenical council, and all of a sudden announce that on St. Paul, and everyone's, what? What are you doing? You're supposed to be transitional. But here he goes, and he just goes through it. Now, he didn't see it to the end, but Paul VI came on. But no, this is common. But even like back in Acts of the Apostles, when Peter was in prison, the whole church was praying for Peter. And we continue to do that. And I think there were a lot of graces flow into the person of the Holy Father. I mean, what an incredible office, what a burden to bear. You think that every morning you wake up and you're responsible for the Catholic Church throughout the entire world, all the dioceses, all the different things that are going on. That's why it's really crucial, whoever gets elected, we immediately need to be praying fervently for him, for his strength, for his insight, for his courage, and that he will have a successful pontificate in the full spiritual sense of what we mean by success.
I really do think, though, he does leave himself behind. I mean, it's exactly what you said. He will not be the same man who goes into the room of tears when he comes out. He will have a new name. Everything gets left behind in that little room. His habits, his friends, his usual bedtime. It all goes away as the new man with a new name comes out. And he comes out. What do we see him wearing? We see him in that white cassock. I mean, he is literally, it's like the baptismal new returned, and then that red stole. That it's just this heavy red stole. I always see people looking at it like, oh, well, if you sold that thing, you could probably blah 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 blah. But I mean, look at it. It's not an accident. They got plenty of light polyester stoles. You've got this brocade blood red. This is the burden. This is what he has to carry. So we see him walk out there, not pizza ball or tagle or whatever the name of people that are throwing. He's not that person anymore. He's someone new. And in that transformation, I think that's also, while terrifying for him, it's also liberating. because he can. It just allows him to be the servant of God.
Let's remember that that Jesus prepared Peter for that, and also all the apostles, the bishops, by teaching them service at that Last Supper and showing them service by washing their feet. And here you had this this kind of rough and tumble Peter who said, no, you're not going to wash my feet. Oh no, well then if you say you have to do it then why don't you wash my head too? And yet he was showing them what it was to be of service. And I think that we have to connect with the papal vocation. It is of service, and it's service to everyone in the world, and that all the more that Pope needs our prayers to be strong in all of that.
Yeah, Gregory the Great was the first one to use it. Servus servorum Dei, the servant of the servants of God.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful expression.
And the challenge for any pope, because no pope can be everything to everyone. Everyone has expectations, and some say, well, I like this about this pope and this about that pope, but no pope can be everything to everyone. They've got to have their own personality, which is transformed, as we say, not only the personality, but their being is transformed by taking on the office. But at the same time, we have to look forward to what their own strengths are, and then also be conscious of the incredibly complex, delicate role of being Pope and holding this church together, which is so diverse and so global.
Well, and I think actually, Dr. Liz, you brought up a couple times, right, that art, it all comes back to art, and I think it's really true, because even just you guys talking about the moment when the newly elected Pope goes to the Room of Tears and then eventually comes out to that loggia, the balcony, right, and in St. Peter's Basilica, and right under that, if I'm not wrong, there's a relief that shows Jesus giving the keys to Peter, which then symbolizes, the entire thing. He starts his pontificate with that right under him, remembering that is his call.
And those keys are pretty big.
Yeah.
They're pretty heavy. Yeah.
And those keys were to forgive sins.
Exactly.
And also there was also a mosaic underneath, which is Jesus saying to Peter, "Feed my sheep and lambs." And that reminds me of, again, new technology, which gives us views of things that we didn't have before. When Pope Francis came out on the balcony, there was a shot that came from behind his head. So we saw what he saw. And you looked out into this sea of faces of people just looking up. And despite the fact that we joke about all the screens there, I remember that day, just all of those people with this expression of, who are you the one? Can you help me? Just this, feed me, literally. And so I think that's, yes, I think it's a very important part of the art, telling the story of or underscoring the role of the Pope.
One of the beautiful things about Pope Francis that night also was, I remember he reached out to everyone and said, "Would you please pray for me?" And then there was a really about maybe 15, 20 seconds of silence, and everyone in the square, everyone had their head down, and they were praying for him. And so that sense of receptivity was not only was there to impart, but as a brother in Christ, he was receiving as well, which is always a sign of humility, the willingness to receive. That was a beautiful, precious moment at the beginning of that pontificate as well.
In fact, the weight of the office itself must be frightening. And so when we speak of the Room of Tears, where the new Pope, who's accepted the election and to take on that role, has time to pray and to let it soak in. It's got to be, I imagine, the weight, the burden of it, even if sustained by grace, and it must be immense and massive, especially as they peer out on the central balcony of St. Peter's Basilica there and seeing the crowds and seeing what all this entails.
I remember the day after Benedict was elected, he met with a group of Germans who had traveled there, and he referred to the whole conclave experience. He said, "As the guillotine continued to descend," and I just think, oh my gosh, this poor man. That's why your heart, it has to, whoever it is, your heart has to go out, because life is going to be very, very difficult, very, very difficult change. Like you said, there's going to come a time when you will be bound and you will be led where you would not go. And not everyone has been gung-ho wanting to be elected Pope. There have been reluctant ones. I think Benedict XVI tried 3 times to step down and retire from the Holy Office, his work there. But John Paul said, Jesus didn't get off the cross. I'm not retiring and you're not either. But he soldiered through.
Also was very reluctant. He said he would refuse at the beginning of the conclave, and when the guillotine began to come down,
began to descend,
they saw him going nope, and apparently he had to have a talking to.
But I think they're also very aware that they cannot solve all of the problems either for the church or for the world.
Sure.
And Pope John the 23rd talked about how after he tried and tried, he'd finally in the evening would say, God, it's your church. I'm leaving this to you now, and I'm going to sleep. So I think that's the kind of thing that they have to learn and practice as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to take just a brief break here with a little music. We're still under a smoke watch. Okay, there's not a smoke warning yet, but there could be very soon. Who knows? So we'll be back with you in just a minute or two here to continue our coverage. And by the way, now 20,000 are gathered there in St. Peter's Square, and the numbers are increasing.
Before saying goodbye, we just want to also thank Dr. O'Donnell for joining us today, because he's going to be with his students from Christendom College to see whatever smoke comes out. So thank you so much.
A joy to be with you. God bless you all. Thank you for the great work you're doing here. Appreciate it very much.
Deus meus, Deus meus, ut quid de reliquisti me?
Боже мій, чому ти мене покинув?
Boże mój, czemuś mnie opuścił?
Dio mio, perché mi hai abbandonato?
So after that wonderful little music break, we have information that the numbers in the square continue to rise, and just looking back, I want us to think about where we were the last conclave or the last couple of conclaves, because as we were talking about before, times have changed, but the smoke remains the same, the chimney remains the same. But do you guys all remember where you were? Let's say for the conclave that elected John Paul II, because maybe people remember Benedict XVI. But John Paul II, I was not born yet, so.
Ouch.
I just have no memories.
I right in 1978. I was an age that was not good at outward contemplation and much more into perhaps who was the most interesting pop band of the time. So I just sort of found out at school. Also, I mean, to the social media question, these were things that the information was not as instantaneous. I mean, it really was sitting at the edge of your seat. There was something going on in Rome, in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. I still had my homework and had to go home and go to soccer practice or all the different things. And so I think there's much less of a sense of where I was because I was really so far away from it.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, we take for granted today instant communication, instant everything. And I find difficulty sometimes trying to say, well, what was it like before we had that sort of instant communication, high-res, super high-res, instant images? And so it was a different time than, of course, I was kind of, maybe 8th grade or something. So I don't remember too much of that conclave. But at the same time, it was a different time, of course, as you mentioned, because the media and instant communication wasn't what it is today.
I'm 78 years old, so I wasn't in high school at that time. I was a priest in my diocese and also going to social work school. But I was also directing a psychiatric treatment center for children. And so it was there that I was working, and I was in my office doing clinical records and things like that when one of the young children who was with us came to tell me that we had a pope. And then I think I mentioned earlier that he also told me that the pope was Polish, and I said, "Oh, Billy, don't be spreading those rumors around, And then he dragged me to the television set and showed me, yes, indeed, the Pope is Polish, and I didn't have the time to go sit and watch television in those days, day or night, but it was a wonderful experience to know that we now had a Pope.
But even to ask, how about a month before that? When because there was an election just before that as well.
You were talking about John Paul II getting,
and then John Paul I.
John Paul I. Though.
If I can rewind even a little more.
Yes, with John Paul I. Well, first of all, it was one of our child care workers. One of our child care workers called me late at night to tell me that the Pope had died, and I said, "Oh, I think you're thinking a month ago. So we have a Pope now, and of course it was very true. And then it was when John Paul II was elected that I was telling this story. Yes.
Well, and so we'll go back deep into the archives of Vatican Radio, and we'll look at a conclave that none of us, I think, were around for. But before we do that, we want to say a special thank you to Dr. Liz Lev for being here and sharing such amazing insight into art history, and how that plays a role in the conclave even today.
Well, it's been really great to be here. I mean, in a certain sense, you guys are the nerve center of it all. So it's an honor, actually, to be able to sit here and, of course, to really have the possibility to talk in a way that it's much harder. We do our best out there I think there's a whole squad of us out there trying to do our best in the secular media, but to really be able to talk about what it means to be the servant of God, what it means for Peter to have died here, what it means for these cardinals. I mean, mean, it's so nice to be able to really talk about the true weight and importance of prayer and how we must pray for the Pope. So thank you for really, it's like a cleanse to come here. I'm ready to go back out and face questions about whether or not this conclave is like the movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The hot topic of the day.
At the same time, I often think sometimes the movie or even other media productions can offer an opportunity to say, okay, yeah, you saw that, you read that book, but in reality, this is how things unfolded in history. So sometimes I like to look at it as like, okay, we can use it as an opportunity to say, well, it's not exactly that way, but at the same time, some elements are true, some are not, but this is how it works. It's and it's created certainly helped generate interest, I would say, and so I guess we have to
be grateful for that.
So returning to the question of art one last time, that is the joy of the Catholic imagination. The Catholic imagination can see through to the potential of almost anything. And so even though this is a tawdry story or it's an incorrect story, the Catholic imagination can find that pearl that is beautiful, good, and true and bring it out and turn it into something fruitful and wonderful. So, yeah.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Thank
you so much for being with us here.
And so we will launch into this old interview that we have from our former colleague, Veronica Skarsbrick, with Father Martin Nolan, the one-time prior general of the Augustinian Order, who was actually in St. Peter's Square when Cardinal Angelo Roncalli was elected to the See of Peter on the 28th of October, 1958.
You're listening to Vatican Radio. I'm Veronica Skarsbrick. And I'm about to bring you an archive interview with Father Martin Nolan, one-time Prior General of the Augustinian Order, who was in St. Peter's Square when Cardinal Angelo Roncalli was elected to the See of Peter on the 28th of October, 1958. But why don't you listen to his memories of that day?
I think that really it's a memory of contrasts because Pius XII, as you know, was a man who greatly impressed the people by, I suppose, his isolation as well as everything else. It was very hard to get a private audience with him or to meet him personally, and so people, especially in Rome, adulated him as they saw him carried in on the Sedia Gestatoria at that time. So that when eventually he died, there was great mourning and regret. He died in Casa Gandolfo, and I remember well the day. And when eventually the conclave was called and the new pope was announced, people were, I suppose, almost visibly disappointed because the new pope didn't have the figure or the dignity, apparently, at first, of the pope that the church had lost.
You said that you remember well the day that the pope died. Why?
Well, because there was a great amount of hoopla in the press. In fact, the Pope was out in Casa Gandolfo, as was usual, for his summer break, and some papers announced his death before he died. There was a certain amount of media scandalous coverage, especially because at that time the Pope in Casa Gandolfo was almost segregated from other parts of the church because he had his own kind of curia that ran Casa Gandolfo, Mother Pasqualina and some Jesuit fathers and a few others, and his own Dr. Galeazzi Lisi. And the communication between them and the media was not great, so that apparently some of the press anticipated his death, and others then, when he died, had many stories about it.
Getting back to Pope John the 23rd, you said that people were a bit disappointed to start with. I mean, we got this portly new pope instead of the austere and elegant figure of Pius XII, who introduced a whole new style into the papacy.
That's right. I remember I was in the square the night that he was elected. And as far as I remember, it took several days to elect him. There was confusion about the white and the black smoke. Nobody could quite make out which was white and which was black. But eventually the feeling got around that he was going to be elected, and I was over there when he was announced.
You knew who he was?
No, I did not know who he was. In fact, most people didn't know who he was because the announcement at that time was made in Latin. You know, Annuncio Vobis Gaudium Magnum, I announce to your great joy. We have then elected a pope, and then they name him. But the people around me were saying, who is this man? Who is he? We have never heard him before. And when eventually he arrived on the loggia and they saw this tiny figure barely able to look over the parapet, they were saying,
White. We have smoke in St. Peter's Square now. So
Look
we
at
will
that.
come
Look
back and
at
it
that.
looks to be
white.
We
Look at
have
that. Look
a
at that
pope.
smoke streaming out.
This is good.
This is incredible news here, coming up here on 6:08 p.m. here in Rome at the Vatican, and we have white smoke streaming out.
And you can
of
hear the
chimney.
crowds.
And we hear the crowds applauding there. As you can see, now we got the camera work on there.
Just
This
crowds of people crying.
Is amazing. Here we are.
And celebrating this special moment.
Yeah, it's so white, so...
There was a brief moment where we were a little unsure, but it is confirmed it is white smoke.
We have white smoke here. A smoke warning.
A smoke
And
warning.
that's
We're no
white
longer
smoke.
watching.
Oh my goodness! I was walking out the door.
We're back with Dr.
Come
Lazar.
back.
I'm still out of breath from racing up here. I can't believe it.
I'm actually
I'm flabbergasted.
surprised
Honestly.
as well, because given the complexity of the reality we were talking about
Exactly.
and the many issues and the diversity. But here we are, and look at our drone footage there. We're just cruising over the roof of the Sistine Chapel.
Wow.
We see the crowds.
The bell's ringing.
The
so
The bells are
sure,
ringing. It
yeah.
is 100% white
The
smoke.
white smoke. And I mean, as we were talking about before, the crowds are.
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
it's the square's packed.
Yes.
It's incredible.
And that's probably small compared to what's
Exactly.
coming in now.
And that smoke
Yeah.
just scared away our seagulls there, the little family
Exactly.
there that was just relaxing on Sistine Chapel roof there.
But actually, as you mentioned at the beginning, TJ, it seemed like they did know. They came back just for the white smoke.
Indeed. In fact, and maybe they were giving us a kind of a secret, a bit of information that they knew that we didn't know. But here we are, and then a spectacular, sunny, brilliant evening here, and you can even see from the perspective of the crowds there in St. Peter's Square, the white smoke billowing from the chimney, even as the sun starts going down behind.
Thanks be to God.
Honestly.
And this smoke will last at least about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. And with a light breeze there in the square, we can see it billowing down towards the square. And we've got now basically about, it's going to be 45 minutes
yes,
to
at
at least
least,
an hour at
least,
least
yeah.
before the new Pope, just elected,
So
appears
before we will know who.
to greet everyone. And so there's huge anticipation.
Church, but then also just how supportive people are in sense of being here for this moment.
And now we're going to have an invasion of Romans. They're going to be coming in.
Yes.
And, no, it's
Too.
what's that?
He's their bishop too. don't
Of course,
forget.
he's their
There
bishop.
you go.
And so they're going to be streaming into the square now. It's going to be filling up.
It will make for some interesting traffic around my house because if my recollection is correct, when they couldn't get any further, they just left their cars in the road.
There you go.
So
And
there you are.
They were
Yeah.
they were just there.
Just stop
in,
the cars.
in the road. But
Oh my
you know,
goodness.
there's nowhere else to go.
That's
except
true.
for here. So
That's true.
Look at that billowing, thick white smoke there.
Oh wow.
All the different
I
flags.
love the people ready with their flags just in
Yes.
case.
Yes.
My
Not
daughter
waiting.
said that the election of Pope Benedict XVI, her closest friend, they went to school right around the corner here, and her closest friend was German. And they went running out into the square, and out comes Joseph Ratzinger. She said her friend had this teeny tiny little, teenage girl purse. She pulled out of this purse this flag, this enormous flag. It was suddenly waving in German.
Oh my
flag.
goodness.
So apparently, a lot of people come prepared.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you just never know. I mean, when I was in the square earlier, people thought, oh no, it might be a longer time. It could take, days.
Yes,
'Cause you just don't know. You just don't know.
Yeah, you just don't know. In fact, I didn't know what to expect. At the same time, it's a wonderful surprise here to see the white smoke billowing there. And so after just, day and a half, basically.
Yeah.
And here we are.
It does
with-
make you feel like there's a wonderful sense of the noise stopped, the cameras went off, they went into the chapel, they prayed, and the Holy Spirit spoke. I mean,
Yeah.
it just really gives us a great sense of confidence.
100%.
And indeed, this hope that's being realized, that we have a new shepherd, so to speak, someone to take on the reins there and to accompany us on this journey of our life journey. And And it will be fascinating to see. As I say, you see the central lodge of St. Peter's Basilica. You see that's where the new pope will be appearing, as he traditionally does, to be announced that Habemus Papam, that we have a pope. And then the big surprise will be as he proceeds towards the central loggia, and we see who that cardinal is, now dressed in white.
Well, and for many people, they might be thinking, okay, why is there this long wait, as you mentioned, Thaddeus? Why is there this long wait in between when we see the white smoke and when the new pope, comes out into the loggia? And it's because there's a process that's going on right now.
There is a very long process, which will be the oath of allegiance of the cardinals, of which there are 132 now. And we saw how long it took for the oath to be, for the oath of for the conclave. I'm imagining it will take about that length for the oath of allegiance.
Well, and also, Liz, you had mentioned before, way before in our discussion, the Room of Tears, which has become very essential right now. After so right now, the new pope would have gone. Or is it after?
I would think that the ballots are burned after. I think he's already, and I think that's one of the reasons why this is kind of a funny hour.
Yeah. Right.
As it got to be past 5, I was thinking, well, I guess now we have to wait until 7. But I think this must have been the time that he spent in that Room of Tears, thinking about or preparing himself for what is. Look at that square, and that square is it's a microcosm of the millions, if not billions, who are watching, all of them fixed to see, some of them already Christians, Catholics, but other people who are really searching. And there is so much searching going on in the world. I don't know how many of the people that I've been working with in the secular media circles who talk about, well, I used to be Catholic, or I went to Catholic school, or I was an altar boy, or I was this. But they somehow feel this moment as still their own. It's a funny thing about those sacraments, right, Father? It's hard to get rid of those. And so he's also the father to those people and to all the others who don't even know that they're orphaned yet. So
all the people we pray for on Good Fridays.
Exactly.
Yes. And there's also a real life need going on in the Room of Tears as well, because probably the tailors are very busy adjusting one of those cassocks to be able, for the new pope to be able to wear out until the loggia.
Oh, and don't forget the barber. They keep a barber back there just in case he needs like a shave and a trim or something, because like some of them show up scruffy for the conclave. They're not expecting it, so apparently they've got a barber back there. Also sworn to secrecy.
But these are incredible moments, aren't they?
Wow.
And what a surprise! You were sending out that report on looking at history, and here we are, the smoke billowing out, and here we are waiting now to see who the new pope will be.
Well, and as you mentioned, TJ Thaddeus, this is we had just heard in that archived interview. I remember where I was when Roncalli was elected. Yes. And now we will all remember where we were at that moment when this new pope was elected. I mean, we would have been here seeing these flags from South Korea, from Spain, from everywhere, from Serbia, from Croatia. It's amazing to see.
Yes. I'm old enough that I actually saw Papa Roncalli here in Rome at a general audience. Yes. I came as a child and was brought to the audience, and there he was being carried in on the sedia gestatoria, and he really was the smiling, good Pope John. I mean, he was just so warm and loving.
And friendly, yeah, sure.
Well, and, as we're waiting for the moment when we will meet the new Pope for the first time, it's just a moment of reflection, I think, also of, as we were talking about before, the impact and what the significance means. And I mean, just thinking about, there will be one country, one group of people that are in the square thinking, that's someone from my country, or that's someone that I can, relate to, because it will be someone who is from potentially a country that's being represented right now with the flags waving.
Indeed. And the process begins when the official announcement in Latin is made that we have a new pope, and he appears on the balcony, offers his own his own words. Okay, we're going to go straight away here to Joe Tulloch, our co-worker and colleague here in the square. Joe, tell us about what it's like down there in the square. You're there among the crowds.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a lot harder to hear you than it was last time when you called me. A lot more noise. Immediately, as soon as we saw that white smoke, so a huge cheer went up. Huge cheer. So much noise. So many people already arriving. I can't see them obviously, but I know that they're running. They're screaming towards the piazza from all over. Yeah, huge atmosphere, huge sense of expectation, and more people arriving every second.
Was there a moment where you heard gasps? Was there a lot of surprise? Did you feel like people were shocked that the smoke happened right now?
Yeah, I think so. I was not surprised, but it's after, we think, probably 4 votes, right, or maximum 5 votes. So it's definitely a fairly quick election. People overjoyed, people surprised, all kinds of emotions.
How about yourself? Where were you when that smoke started coming out? Because I think many people were assuming it would be a little later when the smoke would come, whether white or black.
Yeah, that's right. So I was here on my phone trying to send back some of these interviews I've been doing, and I wasn't very successful at sending them back because the internet here is so slow. And so that was kind of what was on my mind, and suddenly I see the white smoke and nothing matters anymore. So it came as a surprise for me as well for that reason. What a moment. You can really feel it in the crowd here. Huge moment.
Well, amazing. And as you mentioned, there's still people running to the square, and there will be probably for a long time, Joe. Because people will be flocking to see the new Pope coming.
Yeah, that's right. And all kinds of people here as well. I've been speaking to priests from all over. I spoke to a nun from Samoa, right, the island of Samoa. I spoke to a Buddhist monk, and that's one of the interviews that I wasn't able to send back to you guys.
Oh, wow.
I spoke to a Buddhist monk from Thailand who said he was in Rome by chance. He just happened to be in Rome visiting a friend, but he was in the square on purpose because he really wanted to be here. He said that although he's a Buddhist, that Pope Francis really meant a lot to him. And he said he was really hoping to see the successor. And so that was really nice. And he said he described it as a gesture of interreligious friendship. That's what he said to me. A gesture of interreligious friendship, solidarity. That's why he wanted to be here from Thailand, a Buddhist monk.
Beautiful. And our camera work here, we were just zooming in on that balcony from where the new Pope will appear. Joe, tell us about, when you're explaining to people in the square, what's next, what's going to happen? I'm sure people are asking you, so what happens? The Pope's new elected.
That's right, yeah. So I've been explaining to people exactly. So we know that right now the Pope is, he's got a few things to do before he appears on the loggia. So we'll have the Cardinal Proto-Deacon will come out, unless of course it's the Cardinal Proto-Deacon that's been elected. And he will give the Habemus Papam, the announcement in Latin. We'll hear said in Latin the name of whoever's been elected Pope, and people will be listening very carefully, trying to see if they can catch that name. And if they can't catch it, they'll see the Pope a moment afterwards, because the Proto-Deacon will leave the balcony, and the Pope will come out and he'll greet the people. He'll speak probably in Italian. He'll probably say a prayer and deliver his first address, and that's what everybody here now is waiting for, that moment when they see the new Pope for the first time.
And Joe, how about yourself? You're going to be there for us, aren't you? You're going to be staying there in the square.
Yeah, that's right. No, of course. TJ, there's nowhere else I would rather be in the world right now than right here in the square. So yeah, you couldn't move me from here if you tried. I'll be here.
Fantastic. And you'll be telling all your friends about this experience you're having here right now in the future, I'm sure.
Well, thanks so much, Joe.
Cheers, TJ.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to be back with you very soon for more update on all happening in the square there. So, Monsignor Vitilla, tell us a bit about this experience for you now. This experiencing it live, the smoke coming out here, and now our great sense of anticipation for who the next Pope will be.
Well, it's just such a privilege to be here in Rome at this time, but also I've probably felt closest to Pope Francis because I've served him in different ways, both as in my work at Caritas Internationalis, and then also at the Secretary General of the International Catholic Migration Commission. I always used to say he's the best guru you could ever have to do public relations on migrants and refugees, and I don't have to pay him a thing, So, and there were many times when I was able to meet him, and it was so beautiful an experience each much time. So the emotions are more now than they were other times, because I loved the popes, but they were strange to me. I didn't know them so well. I met Pope John Paul II a couple times, but not as closely as working with Pope Francis. It's wonderful. It's exciting. And then it's a real privilege to be here at Vatican Radio and to have been part of our smoke watching together.
It's now smoke warning, of course. So, and a severe smoke warning.
Exactly.
And white smoke, that's makes it even more severe, so to speak. But it's severe good news, I like to joke and say.
Yes.
But
I think it's going to be very nice. I'm very happy that I was here. And just when I was walking out the door, and I just thought, I don't want to be alone in this moment.
Yes.
This is a moment of ecclesia. This is the moment of people gathered together. I'm going to run back upstairs and knock on the door and see if they'll let me back. I'm so happy to be able to share this moment, and I love this view of the square and all of these people who are gathering together in really a tremendous sense of rejoicing. This is after our 9 days of mourning, after the shock of Pope Francis's death. We are rejoicing again, and that is very lovely for a beautiful, beautiful day in Rome.
Yes.
yeah, stunning. Actually, perfect weather, and I like to jokingly call this kind of weather severe good weather. It's just wonderful. It's sunny and brilliant, and of course, I remember in 2013 when Pope Francis was elected. It was during the evening. It was dark out, and it was still
cold.
Yes,
It
rather
was
cold and wet
and rainy.
And the sun set later, but it was illuminated with the lighting in the square. And now they even improved lighting they have on the basilica now. It's stunning.
Yeah.
You know, the square and the facade, how they've renewed and the lighting. But then it was illuminated by all the phones being held up and all. But here we have the brilliant sunlight illuminating all the people there in the square and growing in number. And now, Dr. Lev, tell us a bit about, I was thinking, the central loggia of the basilica there, and even the history behind it of the popes appearing from that loggia, from that balcony, and giving their most solemn blessing, Urbi et Orbi, which the new pope will impart after he greets the crowds there, that solemn blessing to the city, in Latin, to the city and the world. Which is
that's the first task. That's his first act, is to impart this blessing, because after all, he is the Pontifex Maximus. He is the bridge between heaven and earth. So today we'll see him in the facade of St. Peter's. And that facade, which was built, a beautiful construction by Carlo Maderno from 1612, but even in some of the buildings in Rome you might not recognize actually have a loggia of benedictions. So there's a sort of strange side transept on St. John Lateran, because when the popes lived over there, that was where the pope would come out for the Orbi et Orbi blessing. Or even the church of San Marco in Piazza Venezia, where Pope Paul II lived, he also had a loggia of the benedictions placed into his house/church/ because the popes weren't officially living in the Vatican. And then even, what it means to have the Pope on that balcony. If we were in the early 20th century, the first conclaves of the 20th century, there was no Pope on the balcony, because during the so-called Roman question, after the unification of Italy in 1870, during those conclaves, while the newly formed Italian state and the ousted papal state confined within the walls of the Vatican, their tensions between the two of them meant that they would hold the conclave, send out some smoke, but you had to wait. You would not see the Pope appear in the square. And so when Pius XI appeared in that loggia, it was already a statement that things were about to change. So it's a very, very, very exciting moment. I remember, I think it was 2005, all the cardinals, when they first started to have lots and lots of cardinals, they were all trying to fit out on those openings of the balcony, and you were kind of looking at a couple of them like, that looks a little precarious.
Yes.
So let's hope they've worked out the placement,
Exactly.
the placement out on the balconies this time.
Absolutely. Here we're seeing a a long shot there, and crowds coming down the main avenue via la Conciliazione. There are security checks, of course, which is one reason that the crowds may kind of trickle in more than be running into the square. Unfortunately, I mean, it's absolutely necessary nowadays. So,
sure, you could see them coming from the security now.
So there's a metal check and all, so we have to ensure the safety and security there in the square. So.
Well, and as we're seeing all this jubilation and excitement, sadly, we have to say goodbye to
I'm
Liz.
like those sports stars that keep quitting and then coming back. I mean, you'll probably see me back in like another 15 minutes.
Yeah, you are welcome to come back.
Or a bit like the seagull coming in and around the chimney.
I really like the sports star comparison better, but I'll handle seagull.
Okay.
Thank you so much once again. I'm so happy we got to share this moment together.
Thank you for being here with us.
Well, and as Liz mentioned before, when we were talking about what is happening now, what takes so long, I mean, according to John Paul II, I believe his Apostolic Constitution, right, Universi Dominici Gregis, there's a process that's happening, and it starts with the rite of acceptance, which already happened, because that's when we know we get the white smoke, because the Pope, the man that was elected, had to say yes.
And has to sign and have it certified.
Exactly. So isn't that, it's beautiful, right? We always talk about free will in the Catholic Church. Yes. He could say no, but this means that whoever we will see on the loggia has agreed, has said yes to this. And as you can hear, the crowds are coming, and we see...
and we see the pontifical band there coming out, and the Swiss Guards, of course. There's always a traditional salute of the Vatican hymn or anthem to celebrate the occasion. It's part of the festivity of it, and we hear they're playing already and coming out there all in full uniform.
Well, and it's special. It's special too because these last more than 2 weeks, we've had the Swiss Guards present for certain things, but now they have a Pope once again that they are protecting. That is their role. That is their mission, right? To be where the Pope is and to protect him. And so this is extra special because now we see them coming out again to the piazza because we will have a Pope.
Yes. I live with 21 other priests in a residence, so all of us work in the Curia, and we've been sharing at breakfast how hard it is in the morning when we're celebrating Mass, and there's always a prayer in the canon of the Mass for the Pope. And, we now have to skip over that, and it's like your tongue doesn't stop, So now we can pray once again for the Pope as well.
Exactly.
Yes. Well, our predecessor popes can pray for us as well.
Exactly.
Intercede in ways
that I'm sure of.
We hope and pray
for sure.
So again, the bands here will be coming in and playing the anthems, the hymns when the new Pope appears, just like almost the Urbi et Orbi on an Easter, or Christmas, or solemn occasions.
That's right.
And so it's to be expected at this time, and we probably have another. It's at least a half hour before the earliest. The new Pope will appear from the central balcony.
But also during this time too, there will be prayer too, and certainly the new Pope will be praying, but also the cardinals will be praying with him too.
And we will all be praying as well. Everyone in the square will be praying.
Yes, exactly.
Around the world, all of you watching and listening from home, we join in prayer as well for this moment.
We do indeed. You can be sure even the new Pope hears all this in the background because it's a lot of strong sound that's coming up there and then propagating up into the areas there in the buildings and just outside the loggia there as well. You can hear that. I know that from experience.
Right.
The sounds of the streets, the sounds of the square.
Well, and it must be a sign of. I mean, they must feel encouraged hearing the cheers, the music, because this is a big moment for anyone. And then to come out into the loggia and see thousands upon thousands of people. I mean, if public speaking is not your thing, that would be very intimidating. And so to hear the support of the band and the people clapping and cheering must be extra special for that person.
Absolutely, a huge encouragement as well. Apart from the weight of the office and accepting and realizing the challenge, the immense challenge that they'll be taking on and responsibility, but encouraged by what is the fanfare we're seeing and hearing in St. Peter's Square right now. And as I mentioned, the crowds are filtering in, going through their security check before that, but the square is slowly filling up there with people coming in last minute to be here. Of course, they're lucky they have a little time because we have about this almost 1 hour before the new Pope will appear. And so we see in the blue there the gendarmes, the Vatican gendarmes and the band they have there, and then of course the Swiss Guard in uniform there in position. So,
well, and just again behind the scenes, looking back behind all the process that's happening, I think is so interesting to think we're seeing the crowds waiting, cheering, trying to keep spirits up while they wait the hour or more until we know who the Pope is, and I think, as we're talking about, prayer is also a central part of this aspect as well. I mean, before the Pope comes out, we see the first ceremony, the greeting, the Te Deum, where in the Sistine Chapel, after being dressed and saying yes, the Pope goes back to the Sistine Chapel and he takes a seat on a chair and a ceremony begins. And it's introduced with a greeting from the senior cardinal of the Order of Bishops, and then they read a passage from the Gospel, which, as we talked about with Liz and also Dr. O'Donnell, I mean, it grounds the mission of the Pope, the office of the Pope in the Gospel, in the message that Christ gave to Peter, feed my sheep, tend to my sheep. So I don't know, it's a really special moment, I think, when you look behind what's happening right now as we wait for the Pope.
And speaking of the ground, please.
Just in the unbroken line of passing the authority and the responsibility of the papacy from Peter all the way on.
And now, going on the ground there in the square, we have Sister Nina Krankic, who's from Croatia and is with us there in the square, and she works here at Vatican News and is going to share us tell us more about her own experience there in the square. Sister Nina, can you hear us?
All of our listeners, to all who are following us online now. Pretty amazing. I just arrived here at the St. Peter's with my colleagues. We just rushed out of the building and we just arrived here. It's so many people already gathered here. There's the orchestra playing, as you probably can hear and see. The atmosphere is so getting warmed up, and it's incredible. We're going to take our place somewhere here among the people, and we're going to wait for that special moment that is going to happen very soon.
Sister Nina, you must have run out of the building there to get there in the square, because I mentioned the crowds coming in now there's got to be some bottleneck there, isn't there?
Yes, we ran out of the building. All the colleagues started screaming, "Watch out, there was a white smoke." So we just ran out and ran through the crowd, and we're going now. We're here in front of St. Peter's, actually, so we have a pretty good position. So we talk a little bit later. I can tell you more about what's going on, but you actually cannot arrive at the square now because there's so many people from all around all parts of the home gathering here. So it's really hard to even enter the square at this moment. There's so many journalists. Everybody's doing their best and interviewing people all around. So pretty amazing to see.
So it must feel like a big party almost. I imagine in some ways, doesn't it?
Now the Italians are
It's the biggest party that I would ever add. That's for sure. That's for sure.
And we can hear the bands there. We see the Italian Carabinieri band that's coming into the square as well. So I imagine it's adding to the festive atmosphere you're living there, isn't it?
It's very festive atmosphere, and even the Swiss guards are all here, and the music, the people, very festive, very, very beautiful. Something beautiful to see.
All right, Sister Nina, thanks for giving us that update there, and we look forward to connecting with you there again when possible. We know how it's a little tough with the cell signal there, given all the people communicating live on their cell phones and the networks there being a bit saturated. But thank you.
Yeah, and I hope to talk to you soon, and you can still make it, people, if you're somewhere around, if you're somewhere close, you can still make it. So try to get on the square and don't miss this special moment.
Wonderful.
In time. And if you're watching in direct, don't stay with us and wait for that moment that's falling.
And Sister Nina, by the way, this is your first experience of this type, isn't it? Your first conclave, and
yes.
So it must be extra special for you.
Oh, amazing. You know what? But even seeing that live, it's something so special, and seeing that many people. As we were coming here from the dicastery from our building, I've actually seen people cry and screaming Habemus Papam, and which was so touching. You know, people running and crying, and you know, you feel that it's like a special moment in the history of the church and of the world. So it's something that it's just once in a lifetime. So I'm really grateful to be here now.
Wonderful. All righty, Sister Nina, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and we hope to touch base with you there shortly. Okay.
Thank you for calling me.
All right. In the meantime, good luck getting in the square there.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Well, and continuing, as we mentioned before, the atmosphere, but also what we're seeing. You see the bands, Father, as you mentioned, the Italians as well, coming up the stairs that we often saw the Pope Mobile drive up for general audiences. And shortly, we're not sure exactly when, but when the Pope comes out, there's a formula that is said in Latin. And for many of us, we might not have studied Latin in school. I mean, my Latin is quite rusty, so I don't know if maybe, Father, you know a bit more about what it's going to be said. And for those who might not know, what is the formula? What is said?
Well, it says the proto-deacon, and it's Cardinal Momberti is the proto-deacon right now, will come out and say, I have an announcement of great joy, and then he says, we have a Pope, Habemus Papam. I saw some signs there, and they didn't have the correct conjugation of Papa, but that's okay. The fact is, the news is and it's almost universal language now in terms of communicating the fact that we now have a Pope.
And then after that, the name that he's taken.
Yes, in Latin. And so I'll tell you a funny story of that, too. A friend of mine was in the square when Paul VI was elected. And he was standing, he's from the U.S., he was a student at the North American College. Oh, yeah. And no, it was when John Paul II was elected. And he was standing next to an Italian woman, and they announced that the Pope was from Polonia, and this Italian woman crossed herself and said, "Grazie a Dio da Bologna."
Da Bologna.
That guy from Bologna.
Yes.
You didn't hear Polonia in Italian meaning Poland.
Yes.
Yeah, it's tricky. If you don't know Italian or Latin, it might be a bit confusing. But no, it's extra special, and as you mentioned, I mean, I remember watching with some of my colleagues here at the start of this week some of the compilations from the Habemus Papams that we have video or audio of, which is only in the last, just over 100 years that we have video, and it's been really interesting because whether you know Latin or not, you know that phrase and you know what it means, and so it's a big signal to a new chapter in the church.
And I'm thinking that the last announcement was by Cardinal Jean-Louis Touron, whom I worked with a great deal.
Oh, wow.
And he made that announcement, and it was so good. And he's gone home to heaven, but I'm sure he's now rejoicing once again tonight.
That's right. I remember him very well when he announced introduced Pope Francis, and I remember even hearing his name. I was wondering who, and then I looked it up very quickly because as always, it's a surprise.
Right.
It's a surprise,
and you don't know, because we have such a list of people, and as we've said throughout this entire Smoke Watch, that it's the Holy Spirit that guides the decision, and so we don't know till that moment.
Here we see a formation of the Italian military bands,
Wow.
Guardia di Finanza, Carabinieri, and then of course the gendarmes, the Vatican Gendarmerie, their own band, and then we have the Swiss Guards all in position there. We see the usually at a point after the Pope appears, so there'll be a mutual salute of both national anthems and hymns.
The retired
papal
preacher, and also then there's
Cardinal Raniero Canta Messa, looking at his phone there, we see.
Technology.
And then Capuchin Cardinal there.
And also Cardinal Sean from Boston.
Exactly.
O'Malley.
Exactly, Sean O'Malley.
Yes,
So here we are. The bands are playing. And we have an introduction here to the Vatican anthem. Oh no, the Italian anthem. Sorry about that.
That's true. So the hymns, the songs will be going on until we hear that famous line, Habemus Papam, and we see the Pope come out on the balcony.
So we're hearing notes from the Italian national anthem, Fratelli d'Italia.
He must.
And we've just heard those, the Vatican hymn and then the Italian national anthem played, mutual salute between the two groups of bands. And now the mutual salute and greeting of both. This is just like when we see at Easter and at Christmas,
the Urbi et Orbi.
During the Urbi et Orbi, when the Pope gives his blessing to the city and to the world. And before that, his Christmas or Easter message. So the bands are lined up there as we await the curtains to be pulled back there from the central loggia of St. Peter's Basilica there.
And even though the Holy See is a separate country, it's important for Italy to be involved in this too, because he's also the Bishop of Rome. So it's his flock is in Rome as well.
Actually, just now taking off my headphones to hear some of the ambient sound, you could hear kind of the craziness that's going on outside. You could hear helicopters, ambulances, fire trucks, everything. And so, I mean, even at the end of Via Conciliazione, where we are, you can hear the excitement and the festivities that are happening outside.
Monsignor, I think some of that chimney smoke has gotten
to me, yes.
There's a lot of pollen in the air,
yeah,
so it's
definitely,
allergy time here as we head into summer. But what a stunning view there. We have the sun just going down behind the facade of St. Peter's. It's always stunning, when it comes time to sunset there with the facade facing east, but then when you're looking at the basilica and the sun going down behind it, it's always
so beautiful.
So beautiful, yeah.
But everybody's eyes are on this.
Yeah, everybody's looking up, waiting for the doors to open and then the white curtains to be pulled back.
Well, and there's actually a story about what's happening right now. Again, the Room of Tears, the Pope, the new Pope getting dressed, and we know that there are 3 sizes of the white cassocks because you don't know who's going to be elected, but you have to be prepared. And actually, one of our colleagues, Christopher Wells, who was on this morning actually on the Smoke Watch, was talking about Pope John the 23rd, and he was...
That to let out, yes.
And actually, since it didn't fit, they had to tie it like a medical garment.
Exactly.
And so it's a funny little anecdote to just remember that, I mean, no one knows, and so everyone's prepared, but that's what's going on right now. They're trying on the garments, and they're seeing what's fitting.
And of course, they have different sizes available to start with,
Yes.
but sometimes
3
they might need
different,
adjusting, depending.
Exactly. We're all made in God's image and likeness in different sizes. So there you go.
See all those flags representing the different nations present. Also, it is the Jubilee of Hope, and so we have pilgrims here for Jubilee events over these days as well. I think I read about 15,000 for currently in Rome just for the Jubilee themed events. for pilgrimages that were organized well ahead of time.
Well, and we're hearing from our producer, Francisco Merlo, that they're looking outside our building, and as I mentioned, there's helicopters, but they're blocking off the roads, and that's what Liz was mentioning too. You know, that people are stopping, and they're just trying to get to the square as fast as they can. So it's a moment of organized chaos a bit in the square and around the Vatican.
We have reports that there are people literally running to get into the square. And they will eventually, as they go through the checks and controls there. They do an extraordinary job of the crowd control as well, with these many people coming into St. Peter's Square and avoiding any potential problems or issues due to that. So.
Well, and that is, you have to think that, I mean, maybe everything has a purpose, right? Everything has a reason, because we have this time in between the white smoke and the Habemus Papam, maybe also for everyone to get to the square. You know, it's a dual-edged sword. The new pope is being prepared and ready to go to the loggia, but it's also to let everyone who can get to the square to be there for that special moment.
And we're seeing it with our Vati drone footage here, as I'd like to call it. And you can see the square there. It's just wonderful. You can get a sense of the crowds, and then on the people kind of streaming in from the main avenue, Via della Conciliazione, and some of the side streets there.
Talking about the universality of the church, I just got a message from a UN official in Gaza, who's listening to this transmission, and so you could see how connected people are, and how grateful they are to be able to hear Vatican news as well.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we're grateful to have you here to say some nice, intelligent things for us.
I don't know.
As well as, and give us some interesting input on all, and to share this experience. As we see the our drone footage there shows our Vati drone is showing the avenue there filling up with people, and as they come closer to the square, then they just go through a check there,
and all the flags are ready.
And Thaddeus, because since this is your third conclave in Rome.
In Rome, yes.
And
well,
so
I haven't been a conclave elsewhere.
No, but you've been in Rome.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
But have you ever had the opportunity, because I know working here, we're always pretty much in here, but have you ever had the chance to run out to the square or see the excitement?
For Pope Benedict, I was up there on the colonnade there. If you're looking here on the footage here, you can see here on the left side there on that colonnade there where the statues are, on top of the Charlemagne wing of the colonnade. I was up there and able to just view from that position where all the photographers, videographers were, or most of them anyway, accredited, to see him come out and greet the crowds and give his blessing. And I remember, this is a strange thing, but after that event, going back into the Vatican and running into Cardinal Jorge Bergoglio.
Oh my gosh!
This is long after probably about an hour after the blessing was given at the end of the. And I remember it distinctly because I knew the faces of all the cardinals, and so it was a.
Little did you know.
Little did I know. Little did I know. And then when there we see some of the cardinals there. There's Cardinal. I think that's Cardinal Wuerl, and we see, and then.
Cantalamessa,
and then.
O'Malley.
The cardinal non-electors.
Yeah, exactly. They're over 80,
and
so
there's
they're non-electors.
Sister Petrina, the head of the Governatorato now.
And that's Archbishop Fisichella as well, I think.
And we see the secretary of the dicastery for communication there, Monsignor Lucio Ruiz, as well. Anyway.
Well, and so, Thaddeus, was it? I mean, obviously, it's very different being inside here, but the excitement is still pretty much the same, being on the braccio, the colonnade, and being
very
here.
much so, because you're seeing things up close, and not only into the bells I was mentioning earlier that you hear very clearly and loudly, but then seeing from a unique angle, almost at below the level of the central loggia, but higher up from in the square. In 2013, then I remember I was down the street on the Conciliazione looking out the window at the crowds on Via della Conciliazione, and I could see the central loggia from which Pope Francis appeared then in 2013. So that was my other experience, per se, and a unique one at that. And now here in our studio here, right close to the action there.
Exactly.
It's a third privileged experience. And again, what's really you really feel is the excitement of it, and the joy of having a new pope, but then also the expectation. Who's it going to be?
Right.
And I remember with Pope Benedict, it was a bit the weather was a bit cloudy and cool then. I mean, this is the day of just brilliant sunshine, mild temps. Of course, we're in May, and so things warm up here quite a bit and pretty quickly.
When Pope Francis was elected, I was helping out at an English-speaking parish in Geneva in addition to my other work. And the pastor had asked me to give a talk to the parents of the First Communion children. And we got the news just as I was ready to start the talk. So I knew tonight I'm not going to get anything else done of this.
Wow. So you've gotten the announcement in different places all around the world.
Yes,
No, that's amazing. And every time just a tad different. And
we have joining us Father Paul Samasumo, who's from Zambia.
He's the head of things.
And he's head of the English Africa section here at Vatican News and the Dicastery for Communication. Father Samasumo, good to have you here. Many of our listeners who listen to the liturgies will recognize your voice as well as you do the commentaries for the papal events. How's this experience for you now?
Thanks, TJ. Actually, I've been here all day. And then I went outside to meet someone, and you won't believe I got blocked. I could hardly come in. I've been trying to come back for the last 10 minutes, but fortunately the security forces allowed me when I showed my badge, and people are just running into the square. It's amazing. It's my first conclave. I've never. I came in just after Pope Francis had been elected.
Wow.
So this is quite an experience for you.
It is an experience for me as well, yeah.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Even just the moments leading up to this experience. I live in a house where some of the cardinals also were staying before they moved to Santa Marta. Of course, they had their own little tables, and sometimes we just provoke them. They had sought secrecy, of course, confidentiality, but it was so wonderful, and the dedication of them going to the congregations, the meetings, and even the non-electors, some of them live there permanently in our house. And we have some of the staff who have been helping. They had to also do the swearing in, so that they would be. Some of them couldn't go because they have small children, and they wanted to stay next to their children. So it has been a great experience, even from that point of view.
Well, and also, since you're from Zambia, how do you think people in Africa, the African continent, are taking this moment? I mean, we have viewers, listeners from all around the world, but your experience in watching the conclave and being prepared for this Habemus Papam moment, what do you think is the atmosphere, the environment of people watching in Africa?
It's a great moment. I can tell you already I've received about 5 or 6 calls just within the space of 10 minutes as I was coming in.
Wow.
From some of my colleagues who are in the media. And I think the most, the call that I really enjoyed was from my uncle. My uncle is 82, and usually we talk to him through my aunt because he has a problem of hearing. But he's so excited. So everybody's following. They're following on various channels there, the national television stations, on radio, and so forth. It's a great moment. And knowing Africa, they've always been fascinated by the popes. I remember even from a time when I was a young boy myself in catechism, we used to be taught the anthem, the papal anthem.
Really?
Yeah.
So that was very familiar for you to hear.
Not this one, but there's an old one that was translated in our languages.
Oh, wonderful! Translated in your language.
Yes, yeah.
And your language or languages?
Exactly.
And what are your languages, by the way? Just
Well, I'm from Zambia, and Zambia has 72 languages.
Oh my goodness!
Of which 8 or so are the main ones that's widely spoken. English is the official language so you can get by with that.
Fantastic. And I imagine people tune in even to our live streams, even if it's in Italian, Latin, or with your translation in English. I imagine it's a way to connect people. Tune in the same, even if they don't understand what's being said.
It is, and some directors of some of our Catholic radio stations. I'll give you an example. In Kenya alone, there are about 11 Catholic radio stations.
Wow.
So they've been asking, what time is the smoke? Why are we having the smoke? Yeah.
Well, and it's really interesting now that we have you, Father Paul, in here, because as we heard from Father Bob, we had a message from Gaza, listening there, and then now you hearing messages from all over, and so it's the wide-reaching effect of this moment, and as the message or the theme that we've seen throughout our conversation has been universality, and how this is not just a moment for people here in Rome, and not just for Catholics, for people everywhere.
In fact, I'd like to thank people around the globe tuning into our live stream here. Maybe you're watching on a local or a national network, local Catholic radio, wherever you're listening. Thanks for joining us here. We're going to be providing you with all the information we can as we await this historic moment to find out who the new Pope is. And we'll know pretty soon. It's been about about a half hour or so since the
close
smoke.
to an hour.
An hour.
An hour? Okay.
It was around 6 o'clock
flies.
Rome
Okay,
time.
there you are.
It was 6:07 or something.
So any moment now there. And we see the crowds are coming in to the square, still streaming in, slowly but surely. On the sides there, you can see on the right side and on the left side, after they've gone through the checks there, and then coming into the square, and they can all see things pretty well because there are these big television screens and good high-res ones too in the square and along the Conciliazione Avenue leading into the square. So many people, they can see just what we're seeing all together here, these same images and coverage. Sometimes there's some text message or some subtitling there and info for them, but they can get a good idea of what's happening even if they're not up close, thanks to the nice new technology we have out there.
Well, and I'm sure, as we all talked about before, and Father Paula, you would also, I'm sure, have experience with this, but using like the screens in the square, us doing this commentary, and you have to imagine that social media is blowing up with this moment,
Oh, yes.
I mean, everyone that's in the square is live streaming, I'm sure, taking videos, taking pictures, and so the news is spreading even faster than it would have 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Exactly. Even just here in Rome, just the streets, the cafes. What I found interesting is, I'm sure you've seen the guys that sell trinkets and stuff.
Sure.
Some of them are from Senegal, or from Bangladesh, and so forth. And when the smoke came out, this guy asked me, "Do we have a pope?" And he said, "Do we have a pope?" I thought most of them are Muslims, but that kind of interest is really very touching. And I found very moving, to be honest. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I have another story on that. When Pope John Paul II died, I told you I was on my way to Gambia, and I had to go through Senegal. So in Dakar, there was this long line that I was waiting to go in through immigration, and the guard pulled me out and said, the Pope has died. I said, yes, I know. So then he said, you come up to the front, and then he brought me to the official, and he said, you must have this father go through now because the Pope has died. And then he told me that he had a chapelet, a rosary from John Paul II because he was part of the police when John Paul II visited Dakar. Next morning, 5 o'clock, I'm back in the line because I have to then fly to Gambia. And again, he came, pulled me out of the line, got me through, is everything okay with you? It was really amazing. But you see, again, what the Pope means to so many people. And he told me he was Muslim, but, it was he was important religious leader.
Right, of course.
Again, I'm sure people around the world now are just tuning in, dropping in and out of this broadcast and other broadcasts to see what we're all waiting for with anticipation of who the new Pope is. And that should be very soon now. And we'll know, of course, not only from the video we have here, but then when the crowds let us know with their cheers and applause.
And it will be we'll all be trying to give you immediately the name of the cardinal, which has now become the Pope. And as I believe, TJ, you mentioned earlier, or no, Father Bob, you mentioned it will be in Latin. And so we'll all be brushing up on our Latin in between, now and then, so that we will have the name correctly. And then we'll also get to hear the name that the new Pope chooses.
Yes.
To be
I
his
think
new...
the name is always also interesting because it kind of gives this vision of what he wants to do with the purpose. Probably not what he wants to do, but what he, what inspires him. And Father had an anecdote there. I also have one. And when Pope Francis chose the name Francis, one of the Jesuits in Zambia told me, we were so excited because we thought you were chosen Francis Xavier.
Yes. And actually, it was the next morning that Francis clarified that this was Francis of Assisi. So
yeah, it's true because a lot of people were trying to guess and figure it out.
That's right. When he met with journalists, he explained the origin of the name that he took and why.
Well, and it's special, like you mentioned, Father Paul, right? So it usually drives an idea of what the focus might be for choosing this special name. And we had mentioned earlier, right, that the person, I think it was Liz that mentioned, the person becomes a new person in that sense. The Pope is a new man because he gets rid of the old name, takes on this new name, and he's no longer just cardinal whoever. He's the Pope of the Universal Church, the Pope that is the symbol of the Catholic Church around the world, not only because he is known as the Pope, but also because of his white cassock that is widely recognizable.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing these camera shots. Those big television screens, people know when they're on camera, and so they have their moment of fame.
They're thrilled.
A few seconds of fame, waving and greeting everyone there. So it's always kind of fun too. It brings a little involvement and participation for everyone.
And it's good that the authorities, I think they planned this very well. You have screens around the Vatican, so that reduces also the congestion. We have the new square which has just been redone for the Jubilee year here. So there's another screen there just outside this building. And people are just sitting out there. They are not rushing to go into the square. So they can see. And maybe they even get a better shot from, a better view from the screen there. So there are a number of these large screens surrounding the area. And I think it was very good planning on that part.
Yeah, wonderful, in fact. And then even just the organization, I'm always impressed with the organization. People are led into these areas to assure that they can get in. It might take a little time, but then also to assure that they can get in. It might take a little time, but then also how everything has come off so well without a hitch.
Again, it was almost prophetic because so much of the reconfiguration of the square and Via della Conciliazione was done for the Jubilee, but it served very well for the funeral and now for the new Pope.
Yeah, the city has done all these works projects also to help traffic flow well through the area. And here we have...
Yes. So
it looked like... let's see here. That was Cardinal Schönborn, was it?
Yes, and then also Cardinal, who was the head of the Christian Unity.
That's right. Yes. Okay.
And you can hear the helicopters. You
Yes.
can hear them in the square now.
Yeah.
So it's getting louder and more apparent that there's people from all over, and everyone's getting images of the square.
And I think the security forces trying to keep the peace and. I noticed also they've blocked some of the roads leading to so that people are running across the roads, you know. So
you gotta keep them safe too.
You gotta keep them safe, right, Kelsey?
Well, and so one of our colleagues, Lisa Zengarini, she did a lot of research on why we have this tradition of changing the baptismal name of the cardinal into the name for the Pope. And it actually started way back,
it looks like there may be.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago to St. Peter, whose original name was Simon. And so it stems all the way from that. And it's a lineage that has been continuous since that time. And actually, what's interesting is that not all the popes have done this. Out of the 266 now, 267, only 129 have actually chosen a new name, which I never realized.
It was much later before the new name, was put into practice.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that was John the 12th, Pope John the 12th, and only during that time, from 955 to today, it's only 2 other people that have not taken new names, which is interesting.
Very interesting.
Yes. So we've gone from the smoke watch and warning now to the Pope Watch.
Yes.
We are on
the
a
new
Pope
Watch
Watch.
here from the central balcony, and I think we're coming up on prime time here. I think soon we should be seeing the new Pope appear, and we're getting some zooming. Some close-ups here of the crowds there, and we saw some Vatican officials. In fact, before.
TJ, I just also wanted.
And as well as the mayor of Rome is out there.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Gualtieri. That's right. Before that, we saw, was it Cardinal Casper, right? Christian Unity, we saw.
That's right.
In the square there, Casper, and then.
I was going to say that it's been interesting also from the time the Holy Father Pope Francis died, how the liturgies have been moving and preparing the people.
Yes.
Even yesterday's Mass, just, the prayers. We implore you, give us a shepherd pleasing to you, one who will lead us by example and lead us to the gospel truth. This is in the collect and in the closing prayers.
Yes.
So this conclave liturgy is also very elaborate and very moving and preparing the people. So it's not just like this is just a successor to Francis. This is actually, a transformation. This is going to be Peter now, who is going to be taking office.
That's right. Cardinal Ray said that in his homily, didn't he?
He did.
He's been such a gift during this time, too, Cardinal Ray.
Cardinal Ray's incredible.
92 years old, full of energy, and beautiful homilies, really inspiring us and helping us live through this whole ordeal.
Very inspiring. At 92 years.
Yes,
91,
92 years old. Yes,
amazing.
Yeah, inspiration indeed, and then his energy, and also animated as well in delivering, giving his homilies as well with passion. So I'm always impressed. But so here we are. All right, we got those flags.
Someone is just asking me on the phone, do we have the name yet? No.
Yes.
We will learn with all of you.
We're all like everyone else.
It must be hard for those cardinals out there now,
right.
because I'm sure they're not allowed to tell us.
Exactly.
But
That's true. Yeah.
Wow.
Mom's the word.
Mom is the word. And we're just waiting for the appearance. Pope Watch is on high alert.
That's right. It could be turned into. It will be a warning soon.
It will be.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
All right. So even some quiet among the crowds now as this anticipation is
building,
sinking in and building.
Because I think what they will do as soon as the square is full, they don't let any more people inside to prevent a stampede.
That makes sense, yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
Again, like you were saying, the safety. Yeah. Safety is a big priority, even though it's exciting. And you see even small children getting excited for this moment on our screen. So from the youngest to the oldest.
Fun for them, fun for us.
Exactly.
Too,
It's as fun for all ages.
Indeed.
And even the Vatican flag.
Vatican flag. And we're lucky the sun's gone down behind, it looks like behind the Basilica now, so you won't have the sun blinding you as you look at the central balcony, the loggia there.
So a bit of anxiety yesterday, when the smoke wasn't coming, and say, what's happening? Why is it taking that long, and so forth. But you could understand. I think, as has been explained, there's so much to do. There was the juramento, there was the
homily of Cardinal Cantalamessa as well.
Then and then there was also the Vespers as well. So I think it was understandable. But you could also understand also the anxiety and the joy and the excitement surrounding all this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
And then the first time going through the whole process of the voting process, whereas, by the time this morning came around, it was all, it wasn't anything new. They're going in there to vote.
Right.
And, before prayer, of course. And
I mean, a lot of these flags that we're seeing on the screen as we wait for the Pope, it reminds me a lot of World Youth Day, the same kind of excitement, the same kind of building. You see young people from all over. It's a really beautiful image, and I think is, again, just a sign of the youthfulness of the church. We talk a lot about the future of the church, which begins with this new Pope, but the young people that are also present at this moment to see the historic aspect of this. It's really beautiful.
And we see the internationality, the universality of the Catholic Church. It's a global reality, and we see that in the crowds there in the square.
And this we also saw during the funeral of Pope Francis. So many people.
Okay, there's movement. Okay.
Yes, there is movement.
Here we go.
The white curtains are behind the glass door. Now the doors are being opened.
We see first.
Here we are.
Cardinal
Coming out.
Lamberti.
The Cardinal Protodeacon.
Cardinal Dominique Lamberti.
And he's
who will-
smiling.
He's smiling. He will give us the announcement. Here we are.
Suspense.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus Papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem decimum quartum.
So the Pope is Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who's taken the name of Leo XIV, Pope Leo XIV. Cardinal Prevost is an American, and he spent most of his ministry in Latin America, in Peru, and also in Paraguay. And he's an Augustinian father. He was the provincial in Latin America, and then became the Bishop of Chiclayo in Peru. And he then is also, he became the Superior General of the Augustinian Fathers as well. He's now he's been the prefect of the dicastery for bishops.
We see the cardinal electors there appearing on the balcony there as well, with this joy and their smiles on their face.
A great joy indeed, and well, it wasn't one of those papabulas, so to say. What a great joy.
It's a wonderful joy, and he's from Chicago,
Yes.
Illinois.
Chicago.
Okay,
An American.
An American.
Yes.
And
an American. I think that's a historic moment
For
It
sure.
is truly, truly historic.
And you can see all the cardinals on the different
Yes,
balconies
on the
there.
different
For our radio
balconies.
listeners, you may not be able to see this, of course, but they're appearing on all the balconies to the left and right of the central balcony there. All of them clearly standing out with their red vestments and smiles, and
waiting to again for all of us to greet this new pope as
To
well,
greet the new Pope.
which now we know his name.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, Augustinian,
Amazing.
and has served as prefect of the dicastery for bishops. A native of Chicago, Illinois, in the United States.
Wow. And so, as we said before, you saw all the flags and everything out in the
Yes.
square, and now all the Americans are holding their flags.
Indeed.
Imagine, yeah.
It's a
And-
historic
and
moment.
the
Who would have
Peruvians
imagined?
too, I'm
Yeah.
sure. He
It's-
spent
that's a-
most of his ministry in Peru.
Yeah, and that's a
Yes.
special thing, So he has a
This
connection with
missionary
multiple.
experience
Exactly.
and this
Yes.
Exactly.
continuation of evangelization
Mhm.
mission of the church.
The priority, yeah. So you can see still they're like little pockets of red where all the
Yes.
cardinals are standing on the
Yeah.
balconies.
And from our Vati drone footage, and seeing it from above there, it's a unique view, perched above in front of the facade and looking down at them as they're on the balconies there, awaiting now as the new pope, as we mentioned there, Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, and Pope Leo
14.
the 14th.
Yes.
Pope Leo the
Pope
fourth-
Leo the
Yes.
14th.
the 14th.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, his Leo the 13th was the great social reforming pope for us.
He was
so,
a great social reformer.
Yeah, and he died in 1903, so still fairly recent in the grand scheme of things.
Was Pope Leo the one with Rerum Novarum?
Yes, exactly.
There you go,
And
good
then-
memory.
From my seminary days.
And then his successors wrote other encyclicals every 40 years afterwards.
So he started like a
on the
trend.
social- yes, and it's really one of the constitutions of Catholic social ministry and Catholic
probably I
social
would say
doctrine.
a pope needed for our times with all the social challenges the world
Yes,
has
yes,
today.
yes.
And he's, relatively young, 69 years old, born on
Yes.
the 14th of September, 1955, as we mentioned, in Chicago, Illinois. And so 69.
Well, and Father Paul, as you were just saying, I agree. And maybe Father Bob, you can really stress this point because you work in social work humanitarian. Exactly.
Integral human
And so
development.
this is an important aspect of the church.
The Catholic, Catholic social teaching, I think, is important.
Very.
And it's often called the untold story of the church, or perhaps the hidden secret of the church. It has so much, and there's a lot of development.
And was one of the needs discussed by the cardinals during their congregations this last week too. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's quite a number of American students. Dr. O'Donnell was here, and he was going to be in the square with his American students. So you can imagine them cheering.
Yes,
it will be a treat for them, indeed. Yes.
I can imagine the scene. The house I live behind is the Basilica of St. Augustine, where we have also the tomb of St. Monica inside there.
Yes.
So it must be
Beautiful
a great day
church,
for all the Augustinians there.
Yes.
Yeah, very special day.
Yes.
Indeed, he. Looking at his biography going back to more recent history, 1999, he was elected the provincial prior of the Mother of Good Counsel province in Chicago of the Augustinians, and after 2.5 years, the Ordinary General Chapter elected him Prior General of the Order of the OSAs. Ministry again entrusted to him in 2007 at their Ordinary General Chapter. And reading here, in October 2013, he returned to his province of Chicago to serve as teacher of the professed and provincial vicar. He served as, and then let's see, his roles there. And 3rd of November 2014, when Pope Francis appointed him apostolic minister of the Diocese of Chiclayo in Peru, where he served many years, and he was made a bishop there, and served there for many years. And then in March 2018, he became second vice president of the Peruvian Episcopal Conference, so working as a missionary there, a missionary bishop as well in Peru. Here we're seeing these beautiful shots of the Vatidrome there, of at the same level almost of those balconies, and all the cardinals kind of crowded in those balconies.
And they look like they have the same anticipation that we do.
Exactly. Exactly. Any moment now, Pope Leo the 14th will be appearing.
Pope Leo the 14th
will be appearing from that balcony.
Pope Leo the 14th.
Looking again at his predecessor, the person he took the name from before, Leo the 13th. Pope Leo the 13th had the third longest papacy, verified papacy that we know of, behind Peter the Apostle, and then John Paul II. So one from way back in church history and one from our very recent history.
Long live the Pope.
Exactly. No, and even on the screens now you can see a lot of people climbing up on the what are they? The lampposts in St. Peter's Square.
Anything to get a better view.
Yes, just trying to get a good view of the new Pope.
And there we have the cardinals. These are the cardinal electors, right?
Right. The ones that helped make this decision.
Yes.
Which, since we had 133 cardinal electors, then we had to have a majority of 89 cardinal electors to vote for cardinal.
I found intriguing the fact that the voting takes place in the Sistine Chapel, where you have the last judgment.
Right.
So whatever you do, whatever you decide, that's between you and the Lord.
Yes.
because the weight of the responsibility is so great. So very fitting, very telling, eh?
Well, and before you came in, Father Paul, Dr. Lislev was talking about the Pauline Chapel, and that's where the new Pope, now Pope Leo the 14th, when he will walk down this hallway in the chapel, and at the end of the chapel is an image of Peter crucified upside down, but the artist turned his head so that when the new Pope is walking down the hallway, Peter's eyes are following him.
There we are.
Pope Leo the 14th is now
Pope
appearing,
Leo the 14th.
coming to the central loggia of the Basilica.
Very special moment.
Very special moment.
And
here he is.
There he is,
And the applause going up, the greeting, the waving,
big
the
smiles. How amazing.
How amazing.
And Dr. Lislev was also talking about the symbolism of the red that he's wearing. You know, it is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the cloth that he's wearing right now.
And we see this beautiful close-up view from the side there, at the same level as the loggia. Pope Leo the 14th.
Pope Leo the 14th.
Amazing. Smiling.
A smiling
and
Pope, yes.
You can see who wouldn't be taken by the moment and
I think going through his mind, you know, the weight of this responsibility.
Oh yeah. You can see it on his face.
You can see it on his
absolutely.
face.
Amazing.
After this, you're never the same person.
No.
And we're hearing the bands below, the mutual salute of the anthems, the hymns, the Vatican hymn and the Italian national anthem, as we do traditionally at the Easter and Christmas, as we've mentioned.
And after this, now Pope Leo the 14th, he will give a greeting and impart his first apostolic blessing, the Urbi et Orbi, to the city and to the whole world.
So that blessing extends to everyone who is watching, everyone who is listening, your family, wherever you are. It's a great moment to prepare ourselves for this first blessing.
This most solemn blessing, you can just feel and see the emotion on his face.
Yeah.
And the crowds that are gathered in St. Peter's Square still arriving, we're being told, from the avenues surrounding the Vatican there, the streets and the...
So just getting messages here, congratulations, God bless the Pope. And you can hear the chanting from the square.
Long live the Pope. Viva il Papa. Viva il Papa.
Viva il Papa.
And we're all silent now, awaiting his first words.
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
We're just hearing the first words of Pope Leo XIV. As he continues, we'll provide a summary here in just a moment as we listen to his words. He's asked everyone to Brothers,
Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto.
this is the peace
Una
of the risen
pace
Christ.
disarmata e una pace disarmante.
A peace that
Umile
is
e
disarming and
perseverante.
humble and persevering.
Proviene da Dio.
It comes from
Dio
God.
che ci ama a tutti.
God who loves all of us
Incondizionalmente.
without any limits and conditions.
Ancora conserviamo quella voce debole ma sempre
And we still have
coraggiosa
the
di
sound in
Papa
our ears of that,
Francesco,
the weak
che
voice of Pope
benediva
Francis,
Roma.
who was blessing Rome here. We have that fresh in our minds, in our hearts, in our ears, hearing his
Il
voice,
Papa che benediva Roma,
the Pope who was blessing
dava la sua
Rome,
benedizione al mondo
giving his blessing
intero,
to the world
quella mattina del giorno di
on
Pasqua.
that morning, on that day of Easter Sunday.
Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa benedizione.
Allow me to continue
Dio
that
ci vuole
same
bene.
blessing.
Dio vi ama tutti.
God loves
E il
everyone.
male non prevarrà.
Evil will not
Siamo
prevail.
tutti nelle mani di
We
Dio.
are all in the hands of God.
Pertanto, senza paura,
So without fear,
uniti,
united,
mano nella mano con Dio
hand in
e tra
hand,
di noi,
with God and among
andiamo
ourselves,
avanti.
we go forward.
Siamo discepoli di Cristo.
We are disciples of Christ.
Cristo ci precede.
Christ goes before us.
Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce.
The world needs his light.
L'umanità necessita di Lui come
Humanity
il ponte
needs
per
him.
essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore.
But as the bridge between God and his love.
Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti
May we all
con il
build
dialogo, con
bridges
l'incontro,
with dialogue and
unendoci
encounter,
tutti per essere un solo
so that we
popolo,
can all be
sempre in pace.
one people, all in peace.
Grazie a Papa Francesco.
Thank you, Pope Francis, for all you've done. We're hearing the first words here of Pope Leo XIV, just elected Pope.
Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli cardinali
I'd like to also
che
thank my
hanno
brother cardinals
scelto me
who chose
per essere
me to
successore di
be
Pietro
the successor
e
of Peter
camminare insieme a voi
and to
come Chiesa
walk
unita,
along with you,
cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia,
searching all together
cercando
for peace and
sempre
justice,
lavorare come uomini
and
e
working
donne
together,
fedeli a Gesù Cristo,
men and women faithful
senza
to Christ,
paura,
without fear,
per proclamare il
to
Vangelo,
proclaim the
per
gospel,
essere missionari.
to be missionaries. Pope Leo offering these initial words, which we're just
Sono
translating on the fly here.
Un figlio di Sant'Agostino,
I'm a son of Saint
Agostiniano.
Augustine, and I'm an Augustinian
che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano
Who
e
said,
per voi vescovo.
with
In
you I am a
questo
Christian,
senso
and for you
possiamo
I am a bishop.
tutti camminare
So
insieme
may we all
verso quella
walk
patria
together towards that,
la quale Dio ci ha preparato.
to the place that God has prepared for us. May we walk
Alla
together, accompany each
Chiesa
other. To the Church
Di Roma,
of Rome,
un saluto speciale.
a special greeting. As Bishop of Rome, of course, a special greeting.
Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere una
We've gotta
chiesa missionaria.
look at how we can together be
una
a missionary
chiesa che
church,
costruisce i ponti,
a church
il
that builds
dialogo,
bridges,
sempre aperta a ricevere,
that
come
is,
questa
that is always
piazza con
open
le braccia
to
aperte
receive
a tutti,
everyone,
tutti coloro
just
che
like
hanno
in this
bisogno
square, to receive
della
everyone,
nostra carità,
to welcome
la nostra
everyone,
presenza,
our
il
charity,
dialogo, l'amore.
our dialogue and love.
Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo.
And now, a greeting in Spanish. Please allow me here
A
to
todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú,
So to all of you, but especially to the people of my diocese of Chiclayo in Peru,
donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para seguir
where we had such faithful
siendo
people
iglesia
accompanying
fiel de
the bishop,
Jesucristo.
and we had such faithful
A
people
tutti voi,
helping the
fratelli e
bishop.
sorelle, di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il mondo.
all of you,
Vogliamo essere
the
una
people of
chiesa
Rome and of Italy,
sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che
we need
cerca
to be a
sempre la
synodal
pace,
church, a
cerca
church that's a
sempre la
pilgrim,
carità, cerca
that
sempre di
shows
essere
charity
vicino,
always,
specialmente a coloro che soffrono.
and especially is charitable to those who are suffering.
Oggi,
Today,
il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei.
today is the day of praying to the
Nostra
Madonna
Madre
of
Maria
Papay.
vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino,
Our Blessed Mother Mary
aiutarci
always
con
wants
la
to be
sua
close to us.
intercessione, il suo amore.
She always
Allora
wants
vorrei
to
pregare
intercede for
insieme a
us
voi.
through her love.
Preghiamo insieme
So
per questa nuova missione,
let us pray together
per
for
la pace
all of the
nel
church,
mondo.
for peace in the
Chiediamo
world,
questa grazia speciale
that she will
Maria,
help us get
nostra
give us
madre.
a special grace, our mother.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia,
Hail Mary,
il
full of
Signore è con
grace,
te.
the Lord is with
Tu
you.
sei benedetta fra le donne,
You are blessed
e
among women,
benedetto è il frutto del
and
tuo
blessed
seno,
is the
Gesù.
fruit of your womb, Jesus.
Santa Maria,
Holy
Madre
Mary,
di Dio,
Mother of God,
prega per noi peccatori,
pray for us sinners,
adesso e nell'ora della
now and at the
nostra
hour of our
morte.
death.
Amen.
Amen.
Pope Leo XIV there.
Pope Leo XIV, very interesting. A few themes coming out already there from his first piece, talking about peace.
Indeed, saying a greeting of peace. May my greeting of peace enter into your hearts and reach your families. All people, wherever you are, all peoples of the entire planet.
Right.
May peace be with you. God's
Okay.
peace be with you, he said. And here we see him in his, after having given that opening and beautiful words.
Continuing
to all.
also the message of Pope Francis, where he even said in Spanish and Italian, tutti,
Il
tutti, tutti,
Santo
todos.
Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti
And so
And the
Pope,
e a
Holy Father
quelli
Pope
che
Leo, and
ricevono la
to
sua
all people
benedizione
in
a
the
mezzo della
square and
radio,
all
della
receiving
televisione e
are
delle
hearing
altre
this
tecnologie di
through new technology,
comunicazione,
online, everywhere.
concede l'indulgenza plenaria
Offers his,
della forma
the
stabilita dalla
plenary
Chiesa.
indulgence in the formula established by the
Preghiamo
Church.
Dio
We pray
Onnipotente
to Almighty God
perché conservi a lungo
that,
il Papa
that
a
he
guida
may
della
keep the
Chiesa
Pope
e conceda
and
pace e
protect
unità
him
alla Chiesa in
and guide the
tutto il
Church
mondo.
and the entire world. Now he'll give this most solemn blessing to the entire world, to all of you joining us.
to everyone.
So we now prepare ourselves to receive this solemn blessing wherever we are, at home, in your car, at work, wherever you are.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus.
So
Ipsi intercedant pro nobis ad Dominum.
the holy apostles
Amen.
Peter and Paul,
Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis,
and we
Beati
also
Michaelis
to the
Arcangeli,
Blessed Mary,
Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et
To
Sanctorum Apostolorum
Saint
Petri et Pauli et Omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Indulgentiam, absolutionem et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
And we just heard the blessing there, received the blessing there of Pope Leo XIV, and to the world, to the city, this most solemn blessing to all of us and all of you listening and watching out there.
What is interesting, he is smiling, and I found very touching the fact that he made reference to his former diocese in Peru and spoke to them in Spanish. Very, very touching moment, and how they are thanking them for how they accompanied him. And so from this moment, I think we all accompany the new Holy Father with our prayers and support.
And once again, he asked, just like Pope Francis did before, he asked for continued prayers. This is a heavy task, as we all noted before, and he continues to ask all of us for prayers and also for the intercession of Our Lady on the special feast day.
And he asked us especially to be bridge builders, as he is, Pontifex, a bridge builder as well, but that we should all be building bridges, both here in the Diocese of Rome, in Italy, and throughout the world, and that we should build that on fraternity and on solidarity and on dialogue. So many times Pope Francis told us the same. There have been false debates, I think, in leading up to this about unity and diversity and things, but he's made it clear that he's looking for us to be united, but also to be the bridge builders and to bring about peace in the world through our bridge building.
We're seeing this stunning footage, or this video of our Vati drone there going close to the balcony and seeing, I think for the first time, unique images like this up close of the new Pope.
And there's about 100,000 people we're getting in this Pope Leo XIV for the first time.
There's Sister Norma Pimentel from the border of Texas and Mexico that Pope Francis, she spoke to him when he was there.
That's amazing, all the people who are appearing in the square now and the connections they had present and past. Again, quite a novelty, an American Pope.
Right.
And here he is waving, and again, once again, you can see the emotion and sense of responsibility, the weight of the office.
Well, and this is a beautiful view, seeing from inside the loggia, looking out, what he would see, the crowds.
It's a very interesting place there, TJ. I don't know if you remember, we used to do the commentaries from that place.
Indeed, commentary positions behind, off to the side of that big hall of blessings, and after those blessings, we would greet the Pope as well, briefly afterward, on Easter or at Christmas. And well, that's our historic moment. The warning is over. We have a new Pope.
We have a new Pope.
And Monsignor Vitello, you were telling us here about, you were translating the prayer. This is the prayer that is read, the blessing, I'm sorry.
The Urbi et Orbi.
The Urbi et Orbi.
Do you want to
read
why
not?
Now?
Sure.
So, may the holy apostles Peter and Paul, in whose power and authority we trust, intercede us before the Lord, through the prayers and merits of Blessed Mary ever Virgin, St. Michael the Archangel, St. John the Baptist, the holy apostles Peter and Paul, all the saints. May Almighty God have mercy on you and forgive you all your sins, and may Jesus Christ bring you to everlasting life. And then he speaks about the indulgence and the absolution and remission of sins, and then he also gives the blessing. I'm not entitled to give the Urbi et Orbi blessing, but we heard it from him.
But again, it's the most solemn blessing that he gives and imparts. And again, in his words, he offered greetings of peace to everyone everywhere, and stressed that he wishes to be a builder of peace in his ministry, and to that we can all be part of that in our own efforts and in what we do.
And 2 or 3 times mentioning the word missionary, I think probably also echoing his own experience as a missionary, a bishop, and now a pope. I found also that very touching, this openness to the world. And he's someone who is coming from the outside. He has been in the Korea, and now, so he has both worlds. And this is very interesting and quite assuring, I think, for the church.
Well, and he comes from the Americas, so while he is an American by birth, being born in Chicago, he has connections to Peru, and so I think it's a beautiful continuity, between the Americas right there. And as we see on the Vati drone, we're getting a good image of the apostles lined up on St. Peter's, the facade there, and you still see the massive crowds that have gathered, over at least 100,000 people, both in the piazza right there, and beyond, past Via Conciliazione and our office.
Indeed. And then, again, that great two colonnades is just unique. It has a warm feeling to it of, welcoming and embracing those present there in the crowds. Now, we're going to try and go back down on to the square there to our own Joseph Tulloch in the
roving
square.
Journalist.
Our roving reporter. We're trying to connect with him. Again, it happens that the cell coverage there gets pretty saturated, even if it's pretty extensive.
That ties in perfectly with what Pope Leo XIV was talking about also in his Urbi et Orbi, the blessing and the greeting, where he, speaks about we need to be welcoming to all people, tutti, 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 todos, todos, todos. And so it continues. I mean, you get that welcoming embrace from the square, but then also from our new Pope, which is a continuity also from the late Pope Francis, who initiated that, with his famous line, todos, todos, todos.
Exactly. Everyone is welcome.
It was interesting that he said, for you, I'm a bishop. With you, I'm a Christian.
Yes. That was really beautiful.
A quotation from St. Augustine, I think, yeah?
Well, and it's true. It's a nice, it's a good way to identify himself, that we're all Christians, but he's also a shepherd when he was a bishop, but then now as the Bishop of Rome and the head of the Catholic Church.
Again, embracing everyone, inviting everyone, basically underscoring the unity that brings us together, both Christians, non-Christians, everyone.
And it means, TJ, we are going to see that unity you're talking about in the synodality, because he did refer to synodality as well.
He did, and that word meaning talking to, hearing everyone's opinion and dialoguing together, listening to one another. That's what, in sense, the basics of synodality in terms of listening to one another and seeing where we can talk about things and come to understand one another and where we're coming from and maybe the best way to go forward together. And we're going to be on, just to let you all know, we're going to be on the air here for a little while longer, at least another probably about an hour here, to provide more updates on what's happening and trying and to connect to St. Peter's Square there with our own Joseph Tulloch. We're trying to get through there, and once we get through, we're going to chat with them and get some a sense of what it's like out there. I mean, the crowds are still there, although the square is slowly starting to empty now. And we're seeing the bands there that just performed earlier leaving. And again, an incredible moment. It's amazing to have a pope from North America, from the United States, and but one who's also lived and worked internationally, as we mentioned, Peru, and then here at the Vatican. In fact, his Italian is very fluent. We're going to take a little break here, little musical interval, and we're going to come back.
I'll be right back.
Just shortly here. So stay tuned.